150 plus SQL query. In my new video, 0 to Master series, learn why you get a wrong query results. You will learn comparisons, date functions, string functions, numeric functions, left-right joins, advanced queries, store procedure, create delete view, triggers, relating different database and many more things. Plus live demo of 150 plus next-gen query. Try it on any RDBMS, that is Microsoft, MS SQL Server, MySQL, Oracle, IBM DB2 or any RDBMS. This course is suitable for students, programmers, developers, IT professionals, any and everyone's. In last 37 plus years of experience of more than 1 million plus queries in just 3 hours in easy English. Hi, I'm Samir sir, solution architect and IT trainers and owner of Sam Computers Mumbai, India. Since 1985, in last 37 plus year, I have trained and placed more than 7,500 students with international certification and provided software and hardware solution to thousands of clients. During my journey, I passed some excellent certificates like Microsoft Certified Trainers, Microsoft Certified Technology Specialist, Microsoft Certified IT Professional, Microsoft Certified System Engineer, Microsoft Certified System Administrator, Microsoft Certified Database Administrator, and CISCO CCNA. Please subscribe and share this channel. Ask your query in comments and I will try to reply it soon. Thank you. Okay, so query number 59 is to display data from customer table where address 1 is not entered, or in other meanings like it is null. Sometimes used to find out that certain fields whether it is entered or certain data is there or no. So just for timing I'm saying select star from customer, and once I select this query and I execute it, it gives me all the data. Here as of now all the customer data is filled, but assuming, let's suppose if it is not there, then what should I do? So I'll say select star from customer where address 1 is null. Is null is a conditions by which you can find out whether you enter data in certain column or no. As of now there is no value as such. Let me select some other table whether we will find out whether some data is there or no. I'll say select star from mark. Similarly I will say select star from sales. Let me select these two query. Mark. Okay, here the status is null, grade is null, party code is null. So then we will be able to find it out. Like say when I say select star from mark where status is null. Is null will tell you whether field has got some data or no. So as of now all these things are null. Alright. So this is where how you can find out whether some data is entered or no. The other way to find out whether data is entered is another way. So the query number 60 is to find out where you have entered some data. Query number 59 is to find out where the certain field has got null value or no, whether something is entered or no, blank field. It's not entered, whether you have not entered data. And here it's when you want to find out whether certain fields where you enter the data. As of now everywhere you have entered data. So I'm saying select star from let's say mark where let's say first name is not null. I'm using not null means that means it will find me all where it is some value is there, some value you have information, something you have entered. Here these are certain fields where you have entered some data. Let me express you differently. I'm expanding this. I'm expanding tables. I'm expanding let's say mark table columns. Let's say I'm trying to enter somewhere in mark table. I'm trying to enter data and I'm not entering course name in 108 number 1008. Let's say test data. I'm not entering course name. Mark 1 is 10. I'm not entering some value 20, 30, 40. I'm closing it. Okay, let me show you. Select star from mark. Select star from mark. Now here, let's say in this 1008, here the course name is not entered. So the earlier command, select star from mark where course is null. It will find me one record. It will be able to find one record. Execute. See, this is where how you can find out that for this 1008 you have not entered some data in mark table. Not null is reverse of it. Where, if I say where course is not null. Not null means where you have entered the data. Understand, not null means where you enter the data. It will give me all this field name, all the data where you entered the data. And if you say select star from mark where course is null, it will give me field records where you have not entered the data. I hope you are getting it. Continuing, when I say select star from mark, in the last record it is showing me some wrong total. So what we need to do, we have to say update mark set total mark is equal to mark 1 plus mark 2 plus mark 3 plus mark 4. We have done this exercise. I'm doing this once again just to update the last record. Okay, fine. Similarly, I'll say update set percentage is equal to total mark divided by 4. And now I'm saying I'm not select star from mark. Okay, so now it has calculated all things. Now let us see query number 61 is to display all the data from mark table into ascending order of total mark. That means minimum mark will come on the top to the maximum mark. So what will say select star from mark, and I'll say order by total mark. I can write ASC. Word ASC is optional, which stands for ascending. Let me execute this query. So here it will give me the minimum mark. Ascending means it will give the minimum marks on top, maximum mark will come on the bottom. I hope it's clear to you. And the query number 62 would be opposite of this. What is opposite of this? Query number 62 is displaying total records from mark table in a descending order. In the descending order means the maximum mark will come first and the minimum mark will come last. So I'll say select star from mark order by total mark DESC. DESC means descending. Once I execute this query, see, when you give ascending, the total mark with the minimum value will come up and the maximum value will come down. When I say descending, the total marks where the maximum value is there, it will come first and the minimum total mark will come down. So now I hope up till now you have learned most of the query, how to use less than, greater than, equal to, less than, equal to, greater than, equal to, not equal to, and many conditions like if, not, and, or, not logic, and most of the thing. So pause the video for 2 minutes and write the command to calculate and print status and grade in the mark table. We haven't done that. If you recall, we haven't updated the mark table where we want to find out whether status is pass or fail. So what is status? Status can be pass or status can be fail. What can be called as a pass? When person or students is pass in all the 4 subjects, he or she is called pass. And in if he is fail or she is fail in any subject, she or he is a fail. Similarly, grade will be pass class, second class, first class, and distinction. So pause the video for 2 minutes, and I want you to write down the query to update per status in mark table. So query number 63 would be to calculate and find out which students are passed in the mark table. Pause the video for 2 minutes, write the query on piece of paper, take a self-test. It is to evaluate how much you have learned up till now. Pause the video for as of now. Okay? Let's hope you have written the query. Let me write down the query for you. So, what will be the query? You will say update which table mark, which field you want to calculate status. So we'll say set status is equal to single quote pass. Now there is some conditions. What is the condition? To call student a pass, he or she should pass in all the 4 subjects. So I'll write the command where mark 1 is greater than equal to 35. I'm assuming that in your college or in your university or in your school, 35 is a minimum marks for passing. If your school, college, university has got 14 marks for passing, you have to change the condition accordingly. Here I am assuming it's a 35%. You want all the 4 subjects, one should pass. So I'll say and mark 1, mark 2 is greater than equal to 35 in second subject, and mark 3 is greater than equal to 35 in third subject, and mark 4 is greater than equal to 35 in all the world. Let me express you. Update mark table. I want to automatically calculate status where marks 1 and marks 2 and marks 3 and mark 4, all these 4 subject mark, if it is greater than equal to 35, means 35 or more in mark 1, 35 or more in mark 2, 35 or more in mark 3, and 35 or more in mark 4, he or she could be called as a pass. Let me select this query and I'm executing. Assume right now just check it out. Before executing query, there are 8 records. Let me execute this query. It says 6 records affected. Why only 6 records it has affected? Because select star from mark, because there are some students he or she is not passed. Now the query number 64 is what? Now we have found out how to calculate status where it is passed. So now query number 64 is to automatically calculate and find out whose students are failed. So what will be the query? Update mark set status is equal to fail, where now I hope looking at this table you can find out these 2 students are failed. Here he or she has got less than 35 marks in first and second subject. This student is also failed because he has got less than 35 marks in mark 1 subject. So what will be the condition? Let me write down like mark earlier condition where mark 1 is less than 35 and mark 2 is less than 35 and mark 3 is less than 35 and mark 4 is less than 35. Let me calculate it and execute it whether this query is right or wrong. This is a wrong query. Why? Let me show you why. I'm saying select star from mark. A person can be called fail if he or she is failed in any subject. Here students number 8 is failed in all the 4 subjects, then only he is called as a fail. But consider case number students roll number 1007. This person is failed in mark 1. To pass, to get the status of pass, one should pass in all the 4 subjects. But person is called fail if he or she is failed in any of these 4 subjects. So the conditions using and mark 1 is less than 35 and mark 2 is less than 35 and marks less 3 is less than 35 and marks 4 is less than 35. This is a wrong conditions. It is a wrong condition. The right condition is update mark set status is equal to fail, where mark is less than 35 or mark 2 is less than 35 or mark 3 is less than 35 or mark 4 is less than 35. If a person has got less than 35 mark in any of the subject, students is called fail. Let me execute it. Where okay, here is a spelling mistake. Okay, mark. Okay, fine. Okay, it's a 2 rows affected. Let me select star from mark. Now this both the students are fail. I hope you have got the conditions to calculate and find out status pass or fail. Continuing again. Now what you want to do, you want to find out and automatically populate grade table, grade column. So what we want to find out, whether student is pass class, second class, first class or distinctions. If you recall, you should remember it that to become pass class, person should get more than 35, more than or equal to 35 but less than 45 marks. So if I'll say update mark set grade is equal to pass class, where what is the condition, where percentage is greater than equal to 35 and percentage is less than 45. Is it right? Whether this condition is right according to you, let me execute it. It's a 1 row affected. Whether this condition is right, this is a wrong condition. Why it is wrong condition, I'll express you. Let me show you. Select star from mark. It is showing this is a plus class, this is okay, but this condition is wrong. Why it is wrong, I'll express you. Let me just tweak this percentage by something. Okay, let me update, just require it, update mark set mark 1 is equal to 29, where roll number is equal to 1007. Let me show you. I'm executing it. I'm calculating total marks again. Let me calculate all these 2 query again. Update mark set total mark is equal to mark 1 plus mark 2 plus mark 3 plus mark 4. Okay, it has done it. Fine. Let me calculate and pass condition. This command also, let me execute it, and this conditions. Okay, let me show you. Select star from mark. Nothing has changed. Fine. Now here the students has got something 44%. Okay. Now what was our grade condition? Update mark set grade is equal to pass class, where percentage is greater than 35 and percentage is less than 45. Let me execute this command. And why I'm saying that this command is wrong? This is a wrong command. Why? It says 2 rows affected. Let me show you the answer results. Now, just look at the observations of record number 1007. Here it is showing the grade as a pass class. But if you see, this student is failed in first subject, mark 1. He has got just 29 mark in mark 1. So student status is fail. And when student status is fail, he or she cannot be called as a pass class. So though percentage is important, but the percentage consideration will come only for those students, those who has passed. So before updating it, let me update all the grade. There are some wrong calculations for grades. I'm just recalling all the values. I'm removing the wrong grade value. So I'm saying update mark set grade is equal to, I'm just saying I'm just writing this command just to remove the executions of all the earlier value. Now let me show you. Now grade has gone, grade is empty. So now the right conditions for grade is update mark set grade is equal to pass class, where percentage is greater than equal to 35 and percentage is less than 45 and status is equal to pass. Now I'll write, because there are two conditions which I'm checking on this one single column. So I'll write those columns in round bracket, and now let me execute it. If you execute this command, it will say students 1007 is also pass class. This is something wrong results. I don't want that. Now let me execute it. It's a one row affected. Let me show you select star from mark. Now after giving status pass, a pass class, second class, first class and distinction is awarded to students only when student is pass. The percentage, directly looking at the percentage, you cannot call the person as pass class, second class, first class or distinction. Person should pass in all the subject, and then this is the second quadrant. So this is the way how you have to check grade. Now if you have got this, now query number 66 is, you want to find out, calculate second class. Let me copy this query, Control C, I'll paste it. Update mark set grade is equal to second class. Now what is the percentage? Whether when percentage is greater than equal to 45 and percentage is less than 60 and status is equal to pass. So let me execute this part first. Execute. It's a one row affected, fine. Now similarly, I'll give the command to calculate and auto populate. Query number 67 is to find out first class. So what I'll do, I'll copy this query, Control C, I'll paste it here. I'll make modifications. Person can be called first class, where percentage is greater than equal to 60 and percentage is less than 75 and status is equal to pass. Let me execute it. It's a one row affected, fine. And now query number 68 is to find out and auto populate distinction. So let me copy this query, Control C, Control V is equal to distinction, DISTINC, distinction, where percentage is greater than equal to 75. There is no need to write the last condition. There will not be any percentage above 100. There is no need to specify it. And status is equal to pass. Okay, executed, 3 rows updated. Now final is select star from mark. So this is the final outcome after all this query. So it's a, so many students are distinction, 3 students are distinction, 1 is pass class, 1 is first class, 1 is second class, and these 2 students are failed, so they don't get any grade. If you want to give some grade like please reappear or something like that, you can write down. You can still write if you want to write down. There is no need to write it, but if you want to update it, I can say update grade is equal to try again, where status equal to fail. Let me execute it. So now update mark, update mark, set grade is equal to try again. Okay, fine. And now finally the result is okay. So these 2 students, those who have failed, the grade will be try again. So I hope you have understood how to calculate the query for mark table. I hope you have got it. Okay, continuing with the mark table again. Now query number 69. Displaying all the rows from mark table in a order of total mark. Maximum mark should come first and minimum mark should come down. So normal query is like this way. Select star from mark order by total mark. If I say ascending word is optional. It will display in arrangement of the total mark, but however here the minimum marks will come on the top and maximum marks will come at the bottom. But we don't want to do this. We want to arrange them where the maximum mark should come first. So I'll say select star from mark order by total mark DESC. DESC stands for descending order. So here it will display data into the descending order of the total mark. Fine, that is okay. But here our query is requirement for this is different. We want to display rows for mark in the order of the total mark for only past students. So I don't want to get it for failed students. I don't want to see those failed students because they see, if you can just see the total mark of these person 179 and 60, they both have come. I don't want to do that. So if I'll write this command, Control C, I'll paste it again, Control V, and if I write where, what is my condition? Where status is equal to pass. If I write condition like this, it will give me error. Incorrect syntax near keyword where. What is this? Is a wrong. This command is a wrong. So the right syntax for displaying total marks in a descending order, but only for past students. The right syntax is select star from total mark, star from mark, where status is equal to pass. Order by should come back. Order by total mark DESC. This is the syntax. This will not work. It's wrong. Let me execute this first. So if you execute it like this way, it will give me all the students, those who are passed, and it is in a descending order of total mark. So this is the way how you should give your SQL query. I hope you are getting it. Okay. Now query number 70. I want to display. Query number 70 is I want to display rows from mark table in a order of last name and then first name. So there are 2 sequences in which I want to display it. Okay. So I'll say select star from mark order by, I want to display, let's say, last name, and then I want to display it in the order of first name. See, before giving this, let me write down the normal query. Select star from mark order by last name. Execute let me select both the query and execute it. we'll see the answer of the both the query in one screen. Okay, first name is Tess, second Samir, third see here, third one name Mehta and Dhruv. The first sequence order is last name and then the first name is there. Okay, but if this doesn't make a better clear picture, so let me just change some sequence line. Instead of showing all the data, let me select roll number, comma, last name, comma, first name, comma, total mark from mark table, and similarly I'll say order by just one single field, that is a last name, and if I'll say select roll number, comma, last name, comma, first name, comma, total mark from mark, order by, here instead of arranging data into just one column, I am arranging data into two columns, last name and then it will try to arrange in first name. Let me select these both query and let me execute it. So in the first case, when we have arranged data only for one column, it will arrange data into the name of last name first. Data, Kumar, Mehta. The sequence, check the name of third number. Mehta and Rajesh has come above Mehta Dhruv because it has just kept a concentration on only one column. See here, Shah Naresh has come last, Amit has come last. Whereas in the second one, after arranging the data on last name, then it will try to arrange the data in the second column, that is the first name. So it will arrange data first for last name and then it will arrange data into like telephone dictionary name wise. So here the Dhruv has come first and then the Rajesh has come down. Similarly, the last two records, Shah Naresh in the first sequence, Shah Naresh and Shah Amit has come in a one after two like this way. But here Shah Amit has come above Shah Naresh. So this is a multi-column data arrangement by order by things. Now in number 17. Now this is most important query. Why I'm saying it is most important query? Because every time when we enter the data, hundreds and thousands and millions of records, when we enter into transactions, management always wants data into different presentations. So displaying data from sales table with the party name, like they want to get invoice wise, they want to always get some management information, MIS reports like document wise, that is invoice wise. They want to get report like date wise. They want to get report like party wise. They want to get reports item wise. So let me show those things easily. Now, so we'll say select invoice number, comma, invoice date, comma, I'll be relating two tables. So I'm writing, I know it, party code, comma, B dot party name, comma, item description, comma, rate, comma, quantity, comma, net amount from sales as A, comma, customer as B, where A dot party code is equal to B dot party code. And now I want order arrangement into order of what? Let's say first sequence I want to report them into invoice wise or document wise. So that is order by invoice number. Let me express this first. Select invoice number, invoice date, party code. Why I have written A dot party code? Because now I am relating two tables, customer tables and sales tables. Both are open with separate alias. Sales I open with A, customer I open with the B alias. Party name I want it from the customer master table, that is B tables. Item description, rate, quantity, net amount from the sales table is A, customer table is B, where
A dot party code is equal to B dot party. Now this is the most important thing when you want to get management information system like document wise, date wise, party wise, item wise. So let me give you these 4 example in query number 71. The first example is this. Here the data is arranged in a sequence of invoice wise 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107. All the code, name, item description, rate, quantity, net amount. There is no rule, there is no requirement that you have to store and display data into the same sequence in which the data is stored into the table. You can store data into one format, like data is stored into this sequence: invoice number, invoice date, party code, party name, item description. But you can display data in whichever order. You can display net amount before rate. You can display any column in any arrangement. There is no rule that you have to display into this sequence only. So this is query. You can say 71. Query number A is to arrange data for management information system like document wise, that is invoice number wise. Suppose if I want party wise, so what I will do, I'll copy the same query, Control C, I'll paste it over here, and instead of invoice number, let's say I want party wise. So I want party wise, so all the party names should come together. So I'll say order by B dot party name. Let me show you this result. So now here what will happen, it will group all this party into ascending order. Order by, I have not written ascending. There is ascending word is optional. Word descending is compulsory. Even if you don't write word ascending, it will arrange data into ascending order only. So here, see, the invoice number has changed its sequence because we are concentrating more on party name wise. Kapil Dev, all MS Dhoni, all Mukesh Ambani, Sachin Tendulkar record has come into alphabetical order of the party name. Similarly, if I want to see the results on the sequence of item wise, if I want to club all the item together, so the third query in the 71 query will be order by item description. This is a query for arranging data into ascending order of item descriptions. Item description, Apple Watch, iPad Pro, Samsung Z has come clubbed together. Similarly, here the date has come up and down. So the last query will be arranging data in order of invoice date. This report is necessary for income tax invoice, government tax authority, invoice date. Okay. So here it will arrange data into the format of year, month and day. If you want to change the sequence, you want day first, then month and then year, that part I'll show you once we go and clear up to date functions. Okay, so I hope these are the 4 records, 4 sequence. We have this, the first query is to arrange data into ascending order of document wise, that's the invoice number. The second query is to arrange data into ascending order of party name wise. The third query is to arrange data into item description wise, and fourth query is to arrange data into ascending order of invoice date wise. I hope you are learning important things. All right. Now, similarly, data into descending order. So what you can do, you can select any query, Control C, and paste it. Instead of word ascending is a optional. Just write word DESC. So if you do this, the maximum, the latest date will come first. Similarly, if you item party name wise, let's say party name wise ascending, instead of word ascending, if I just change the sequence, if I want to change it, sometimes you will need it, DESC. Just write word DESC. DESC is a short abbreviation of descending order. So here, first alphabet, it is starting from Z, and the last record will come wherever you have got party name beginning with the A alphabet. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. Now, up till now, we have seen so many query for extracting data and arranging them into various order. Now it's time to learn aggregate functions. So let me close this query. If you want to save, you can save it. There is no need for me to save it. I'll just close it and I'll open the new query. I'll just say use test data. I'll press function key F5 just to execute it. So it's a test data, our name has appeared. Fine. So now we are going to learn aggregate functions of totaling the things. Apart from giving reports, management will ask questions like what is the total of all those records. Prior to writing and entering data into computer, when data, all the reports and all the records were maintained manually, it used to take days and months to calculate thousands and millions of records. But now just with a single command, you can get answer. So the functions we are going to see, around 5 functions. Sum, this is to give you total, then AVG, average, then minimum will give you minimum number of column, maximum, and count. These are the 5 functions we are going to learn right now.
Okay, so now we want query number 73 is to get the sum total of quantity, amount, discount, GST tax amount, packing charge and net amount from sales. Fine. So the command is select. It's a select command only. Select. When I say select quantity, comma, amount, it gives me the content of this, but I don't want quantity, amount, discount to show those things. I want sum of it. So I'll say sum of, I'll write the field in the round bracket, sum of net amount, comma, sum of GST tax amount, comma, again sum of packing charge, comma, again sum of net amount from sales. Select the query and click F5. So now it tells me 16, some figure it is showing, but it is not showing what are these figures stands for. It's a bit confusing. If you can just see this quantity is 16, if you know the command, then you can make it out that this first column is a field sum of total of quantity, second is for amount, but here it's not showing any heading. So what we want to do is query number 74 is to display all this sum along with the appropriate column heading. So I'll copy this query again, paste it, and here I will write it out. You can write what is the first this is a sum of quantity, so I can write QTY. Either you can use single quotes like this way, or you can use square bracket, amount, sum of, now this is showing as a GST tax amount. You can write anything what you are amount. Then next is packing charges. In this square bracket we can write anything what we want. It can be any alphabet, number, special character, you can use it. Net amount. So this is with the column heading. Let me show you. Place function key. Now it will tell me, now 16 is a quantity, this is the amount. See, let me compare, let me show you the results of both the query in one shot. I'll paste it over here. I'll select two query and I'll execute it. In the first result, in the first query of aggregate function, it is not showing me the heading name. It gives me the results, but it doesn't give me what these columns stands for. But whereas in second one, it gives me appropriate column heading. So I think so this should be good. You can give column heading either in single quotes, or you can write it out in a square bracket like this way. I hope this is the way how you can get the sum total of anything. It can gives you results in a flash immediately. Within 1 second it gives you the results. Now query number 75 is to give
for some particular column. Here we haven't given the conditions. So query number 75 is display total of quantity, amount, discount, all those fields with the appropriate column heading for sales of iPad Pro. So let me copy this query. Now we want some condition also. So here we can give the condition, Control V, select sum of quantity with this heading, sum of amount with this heading, sum of GST tax amount with this heading, sum of packing charge with this heading, sum of net amount with this heading from sales. Now I want some condition where we have learned this condition where item description like single quote iPad Pro and percentage sign. Single quote. Here also you can use, if you are finding it difficult to give this single quote, you can give this thing in a square bracket like this way. Let me see whether it is showing you or no. No, I don't think so. It will not work over here. Here it should be, you have to give it in the single quotes only, like iPad Pro. Select it, click function KFI. Yeah. So these are three quantities there for iPad Pro. This is the sum results of the all the sales made to iPad Pro. Similarly, query number 76 is to get results of multiple item descriptions. We are increasing the complexity. So I want for iPad Pro and Sony. Let us copy this query. Control C. Query number result sets of 36 would be, let us copy this query. Control C. Control V. iPad Pro. What should I write? And or? In a one descriptions, whether you can have this both iPad Pro and Sony for this case? No. For this example, in real life, there can be one transaction in which you can have multiple items. But in this case, we have to write word or where item description like single quote SONY Sony percentage. Previously, there were only three quantity. Now let me show you the results. The quantity will increase, the net amount and everything has increased. So this is query number sum, aggregate function sum. Here I am having iPad Pro and Sony. Both descriptions, only one single quantity amount it has shown. Query number 77 is a bit different. I want to display sum of all the quantity, amount, discount, GST tax amount, packing, net amount. With the individual item it should show, so that it should show me iPad Pro sales figure separately, Sony sales figure separately, Samsung sales figure separately. So here I am showing you something which is new. Let me copy this query first. Control C, and here I am going to use it in new part of it. Let me delete it from sales. Instead of writing where conditions, I am saying group by item description. Just instead of writing individual sales item with this query like this way, like iPad Pro, sir. Here I'm saying give me sum total of quantity, amount, GST tax amount, packing charge, net amount from sales table, group by item description. Let me show you the executions. It gives me the execution answer. But after looking at this result set, can you make out this 7 is a quantity, amount, this is for which particular item description? You can't make it out. Here it is not, we are not knowing whether this 3 quantity is for item description is for Sony or iPad or Samsung or X or Y item. Let's assume in our case we have just entered 10 or 7 or 10 records. In a real life, when we have got a superstore and we have got working in a big company, there might be hundreds and thousands of items. So I want to know this sales figure, this sum total of GST tax amount, packing charge, net amount and all this figure represent which column. So I'll write down like before this, I'll say item description. You cannot have sum of item description because this is a character field. I want to show you this description field. This is item names. Just see the difference. I'm just writing one column name item description before it. Here I'm not using sum.
Now let's see the difference of this. Let me show you. Let me show the results of both this query in a one shot so that you know what is the difference. I'm selecting these two query. I'm selecting these two query. In the first query, I have not written the item description field name. Let me show the results. Here, no, this query is a bit different. Item description, where group by gr, group by item is, yeah. Let me show the results. See the difference. Here it is giving the first query is not showing me this amount, this GST tax amount, packing charge, net amount represent which item. But here in the second case, it tells me that Apple throughout the year or whatever the transactions where condition you have given, your total sales made for Apple Watch is 7 quantity. This is the amount. This is a summary. This is a summary of item wise sales summary. You can say this is extremely useful just by writing from sales group by item description instead of writing each and every item individually. Assume suppose you have got thousands of items. If you write conditions query for each item separately, you will have to spend 1 day, 2 day, 1 week, 2 week, 1 month likewise. Just by writing one single word group by item description, it will give me sum of all the sales made item wise, sum total. Item wise Apple Watch I have made 7 quantity I have sold. This is the amount. This is the GST tax amount, packing charge, net amount. You can use something like this group by in different hundreds of way. I will try my level best to express certain conditions in the next example which you can understand. This group by features in aggregate function is extremely useful and it is used by management throughout the world. It can be used not only in SQL, it can be used in MySQL, IBM DB2, Oracle, SQL LITE, and all the RDBMS it will work. So extremely useful features. Concentrate more on this. So query number 78 is something similar to that. Now instead of item descriptions, I want to know party wise sales. I want to get summary of all these things party wise. So what I'll do, I'll just copy this, Control C, I'll paste it over here, Control V, and instead of group by item description, I'll say party code. But here the word party code should be there. PAR party underscore code. PART party code. Okay. For first party, this is a sales. Second party, this is a sale. Third party, this is a sales. But does it make the sense? Here it is giving. It's giving the results. But still it is confusing. For C001. So now you have to refer one another table. What is C001? What is C002? What is C003? What is C00? Here we are having only 4 examples. In live case, there might be hundreds and thousands of parties. So we will not know this is sales made to which party. Because in sales table, we don't have party name. Even if you write, let's say, instead of party code, if I'll say group by party name. And here I'll say instead of party code, I'll write down party name. Party name. Let me change for those who assume that. But see, party name, it's not showing any null. Why it is not showing anything? Because in sales table, we don't have saved party name. Select star from sales. If I execute this query, if you remember, party name is still not saved over here. So this query is, although it is working, but it is not right. If instead of party name, if I write party code, if I'll write party code,
and group by. When you say group by name, that column name must appear in a select parameter. Group by party code. If I say this, it gives me the results, but here it doesn't show the party name. So now we have to write bit complex query like this. What is the complex query we should write? See, if you recall it, select. Let me copy this query first. Control C. I'll say select, Control V, select party name, from sales as A, comma, customer as a B, where, let me divide it into different part, where A dot party code is equal to B dot party code group by party name, but that will be B dot party name, and here I'll write down B dot party name. Let me select this query. Let's see what we are getting. So now you can see the difference. Earlier, what was the case scenario? This query, write it down. This is extremely useful. This gives you summary of all the party sales made throughout complete database. Control V. I want to display some quantity in discount GST amount sales wise with appropriate calling head with party wise, where net amount is about 2 lakh rupees. Where for individual tax transaction, where net amount is about 2 lakh rupees. So what I'll do, I'll select this query. Every now and then, these types of questions you will face in a real life. So in a where condition, I'll add where A dot party code is B dot party code and net amount is greater than 2 lakh. Now, some of the records may not come. After rupees that amount, it has not appeared. So this is a way how you will get party wise, item wise, description wise, month wise, and all those summary with the certain restricted transactions for MIS report. Now likewise, we have seen the sum total. Now we want to get the average of it. So query number 80 is another aggregate function. Now we want to get sum along with the average. So what is that? Simple. If I'll say select sum of net amount, comma, average of net amount, AVG, average of net amount from sale. This is another aggregate functions. Once we select this query, execute it. Here the heading is not there. If you want to give the heading, query number 81 would be to give along with the heading. So query number 81 is to give sum and average along with the column heading. I'll copy this query, Control C, I'll write it down, paste it over here. What is this? I'll write it. This is the total of net amount. Similarly, what is this? This is a average of net amount. Let's select this query, execute it. Now this is the sum of amount, this is the average of amount. I hope you are getting it. Fine. But now there is another confusion. Here it is given sum of amount and average of net amount. But how you derived at this average? This sum of net amount is all the transaction. This is so you don't know that this is total of how many number of record. So let's see, query number 82 is to find total number of transactions. We want to know that this is a sum and average. So aggregate function number third is to count functions. I will see this, I'll copy this, I'll paste it over here, and I will say select sum of net amount, comma, I'll use another function which is aggregate function, which is count total number of invoice number. So now let me execute it. Now what is this heading? I'll say heading is as a total transactions from sales. Let us select this query, execute it. So now we will know that total in this table we have 7 transactions. This is a sum of amount. This is a aggregate average of the net amount. What is this? This amount divided by total number of transactions it is added, so it will give you the average. I hope you are getting it.
Okay, so continuing with our earlier query sessions. Now we want to display maximum net amount with the above details from the sales. See, sometimes it is necessary to find out what is the maximum sales amount in order to calculate some incentive, percentage, sales commission, and so on and so forth. So I can say select sum of net amount. I'll give the heading, this is as a sum of net amount. This is just a heading. You can give in single quote or square bracket, comma, average of net amount. I can give this heading in a single quote, or I can give it in a square bracket. Anyway, whatever way is convenient, you can continue with it. Average of net amount, comma, you also want to find out total number of records. So we'll say count invoice number. This is remark, I can give it as a total sales transaction, comma, and now I want to find out the maximum sales figure. That's a maximum net amount from the above sales records. So I'll say max is another aggregate functions, so that will give me net amount. I will say, and message is maximum sales amount from sales. Okay, we'll select this query. We are in test data, and we'll click on function kf or execute button. So it gives me the sum of all the total net amount is some big figure is there, 13,65,600. The average is this. It is a sum of all net amount divided by total number of transactions. And the last column, the max functions, max aggregate function, this max net amount functions, this gives me that the in a one single transaction the maximum sales amount is 2,73,600. If you just want to confirm it, let me give you select star from sales. Let me select both the query in one shot and click on function kfi execute button. So here it is showing maximum net amount. Let us compare it out. Net amount 2,50,000, 2,40,000, 2,40,000, 132, 1,28,000, 1,800, 2,70,600. So this is the maximum sales figure for a particular sales transactions. So this is the way how you can calculate from the total marks, from various things you can calculate. Okay, we'll see those query also. So now query number 83, I hope you have understood it. Now query number compared similarly like maximum field, query number 84 is to display the minimum sales figure. Sometimes we want to find out why the customer is having less figure. So let me copy this query, Control C, and I'll paste it over here. And continuing with the maximum sales figure, I'll say minimum net amount from sales, and this is heading I'll give this as a minimum sales amount. Okay, so let's select this, we'll execute it.
Here if you still want to compare an actual way transaction with sales, control C, I'll copy this, I'll copy the query and execute both the query in one shot. So now this is the total. You can use the calculator and calculate the sum total of all these 7 figures. It will give you this figure. This figure divided by 7, that will give you this figure. Maximum sales amount. I just now shown you the 2,73,600 is a maximum sales amount. And similarly, out of this, the minimum sales figure is 1,08,000. So out of the 7 records, this is the maximum sales figure and this is a minimum sales figure that it has given you. Fine. Now query number 85 is to find out total number of records from sales figure, sales table, customer table and mark table. I just want to find out the total number of transactions or total number of records which are there in the 3 tables. So I'll say select count. I'll use one particular column, or if you want I can say invoice number. That is, this is the total number of records from sales. So I'll say total number of records in sales from sales. Let me copy this query, control C, control V, control V. Now here I'll write down customer. I'll select something which is called as a party underscore code. Total number of records in customer table from customer, and lastly I'll give roll number. Total number of records in mark, and this is the heading and this is the table name mark. Let me select these 3 query at a one time, execute it. It gives me total number of records in sales is 7 records. Total numbers of records in customer is 5 records. We have 5 customer data we have entered. Total number of records in mark table is 8 records we have entered. So I hope you are getting the things. So continuing with our minimum, maximum and aggregate function series. Now we have got to know that what is the use of minimum and maximum function. So let's use it on a real life case scenario. You want to find out the total number of students, maximum total marks, minimum total marks and average total mark from the mark table. What do we want to know? A school principal or college principal or university chancellor or whatever reasons, you want to find out total number of students in a school or college, which students has got maximum total mark, which one has got minimum mark, and what's the average total mark from mark. So query is simple. Select, I'll use first count. So this will give me count, will give me roll number. This is considered as a total number of students. Or then I want to find out the maximum marks. I'll say max of total mark. This is useful to display the name of the who is the brightest students. So I'll represent it as maximum marks. I'll say max mark. Then I'll say minimum of total mark as a minimum total mark, and lastly I want to see the average of total mark. I'll say this is a average mark from
mark table. Let me select the query. So say total number of students are 8. The students with the maximum marks is having 350 mark. The minimum marks one student must have got that's just only 60, and this is the average mark. That is a good thing. Now I want to know how many students has passed and how many students have failed in this. So query number 87 is to find out. Let us see, we are trying to understand how to use these functions in a real life case scenario. So now out of these 8 students, we want to find out what are the total number of students who has passed and total students who has failed. So how will you give it? So I'll say select count roll number. I'll have to use some column name from mark. I'll here give a heading like total student passed. From mark. Now here I have need to find out some condition. So I'll say where status is equal to single quote pass. Similarly, I'll copy this query and I'll give it and paste it over here. Total number of fail. This is just a heading from mark where status is equal to fail. So let me select both the query. Let me execute it. It said total number of students who have passed, that is 6 students have passed and 2 students failed. But here we have to give the command separately. We have to give command total number of students who passed. This is one single query. Total number of students who failed. This is a second query. Let's assume that rather than that, I'll give you a better choice. This is not a wrong answer, but the better is I'm giving you. I'll say select count roll number is a total students from mark group by status. Let me show you this query. It's giving the total students to total 6 students, 2 and 6 students, but we don't know what is this. We don't know what 2 represent what. Here it is giving one single heading, that is total student, and we don't know this 6 means what. So let me change it. Let me copy this query, paste it, and I'll say I'll give one field called as a status. I cannot use status, can have word pass and fail, so I cannot have the sum, count, average, minimum, maximum. I'm just giving the select status. Now let's see what is the difference between the first two, this query, and the next two, second query. Here it gives me 2 and 6, but we don't know what this represent. Now here in the second, this single query, in the single query it has said the fail number of total students are 2 and pass number of total students are 6. Within one single query, I have achieved what these two both the query were doing. I have achieved both the results in one single command. I hope you are learning something and you are learning new way of achieving and doing the work smartly. Are you getting it, students? Just reply in your comments whether you are getting it or not getting it. I want to know whether the things whatever I am talking is getting or no. Okay, so continuing with that, query number 88 is to find out total number of students who has got first class. Each university, every time when a university board results comes, so they will say that this many number of students has passed with distinction, this many number of students has passed with first class, this many number of students passed in second class, this many number of students passed in past class. So likewise, if I want to know total number of past class, second class, first class, distinction students, so a regular query will be like this: select
count of roll number from mark. Let me give this heading. This is a let's heading. This is a past class. Past class from mark where grade is equal to single quote pass class. Let me copy this query. I'll paste it 4 times. This is now second class. This is second class. Second class. Now the third query will be first class where grade is first class, and the last query would be for distinction, DISTINCTIO, distinctions. So there is no word class, grade is distinction. Let me select 4 query and execute it. It say we have got 1 past class students, 1 second class students, 1 first class students, and 2 distinction students. Here is a spelling mistake. If you see, you can just correct it and you can execute this command again, no problem. 1 student is past class, 1 student from second class, 1 student from first class, and 3 students from distinction. Now rather than typing these 4 query one after another, here there are 4 distinguish. I'll show you another way. The right or easy way is to select count of roll number is a total students from mark. I'll say group by grade. Let me show you the result of this single query, just single query. So he said 3 1 1 1 2. I don't know what this stands for. So I'll say, I'll copy the query, Control C, I'll paste it, and just single query with the select command. I'm saying grade, just one, select grade and count of roll number likewise. Just see the results of this. So here it gives a complete picture of a school, college. Here we have just entered around 7 records. So for distinction, we have got 3 students. First class, we have got 1 student. Past class, we have got 1 student. Second class, 1. And try again. Those students who have failed. This is the single line, simple summary within one single command. You can get it. This is extremely useful. Real life case scenario. You can use something like this throughout multiple case. You can use it for calculating commissions. You can use it for calculating and finding around total of sales party wise, area wise, group wise, city wise. There are thousands and thousands of records will be there. So I hope you are getting it. Okay.
Okay, so query number 89. Now here we want to get all the students detail who has got total marks that is above average marks. That means I want to get find out the one who has found whose total mark is more than the average total mark from all the school. Okay, so let us try it out. Let's see how we can resolve this issue. So let's say if I say select star from mark where, let me see, where total mark is greater than average of total mark. Let's see whether this query will work or no. We can execute, while executing the query, it will give us error. What the error specify? An aggregate may not appear in the where clause unless it is a subquery continue. That means we cannot use aggregate functions in a where. So this average of total marks, you cannot use it with the where conditions. If you want to use it, it is to be used with some different way. It has to be a subquery. So this will not work. So this is a wrong. So let me write down this is a wrong. Wrong. Now let us try to find out some or other way of finding it out. So let us say select. I want to find out the students whose total mark is more than the total average of total mark. So first of all, we will try to find a select average of total mark from mark. Let us see. It gives me the average mark from the total mark is 240 mark. Okay. So with this command, we have found out that average mark is 240. So now I can write the another query. Select star from mark where total mark is greater than what is average, that is 240. So we can write command like this way. So it will give me all these informations. But this is not a right solution, I think so. Why? Because every time if you want to find out first of all average of total mark and then you give command like this is not a right solution. So what we want to find out, the right solution is to use the subquery for aggregate function. So I'll say select star from mark where total mark. Now I'll use a subquery, that is which is greater than. I cannot write average of total mark over here. If I write like this way, it will give me the error. What error it is giving me? It is giving me the error an aggregate may not appear in a where clause unless it is in a subquery. Okay, so this will not work. So I'll say where total mark is greater than, I'll say select average of total mark from mark. Now just see, this is called as a nested query. What is nested query? There is a query number 1, select star from mark where total mark. Now for total mark, it is not giving direct average is equal to total mark. Here I am giving where total mark is greater than, select average of total mark from mark. So this is a separate subquery or nested query, and let me see whether this answer will work or no. So here it is working. So this is the way when you want to find out the data or subset of the data, when you want to horizontally filter the data which is using some sorts of aggregate functions, you have to use a nested query like this way. I hope you are getting it. So similar way, query number 90 is same way. We want to find out the sales detail where sales is above the average net sales from sales table. So same way, I'll say select star from sales where net amount is greater than, select average of net amount from sales. Okay, let's select this. Okay, so fine. Just to find out whether we are getting right result or no, so I'm just giving just to find out what is the average sales net amount. Select average of net amount from sales, and just to find it out, it is around 1,95,085 rupees. Just we will execute this both the query at one shot, so we'll just see. So here all the net amount is above 1,95,000. There is no need of giving these two commands. I'm just expressing these two commands just to show you the result. The single command is enough. There is no need of giving the above command. I'm just expressing it to show you that the sales figure, whatever figure it has shown, is above average sales net amount. Same way,
Now here I want to find out something like this. Query number 91. Display 3 students who has got lowest total mark. Who has got lowest total mark from mark. That means I want to find out mark of all the students who has got the lowest mark. So when I say select star from mark order by total mark, this will give arrange the data into ascending order. But here it is giving me all the data. Here there are only 10 records, but there can be thousands of records, there can be 10,000s of records, there can be millions of records. So what I want to find out, I want to find out which are the 3 students who has got the lowest 3 marks. So I want to horizontally filter the data for the 3 students who has got lowest 3 marks. So the command would be select top 3 star from mark order by total mark. So now it will give me those students who has got lowest 3 mark. The bottom, the lowest 3 mark are mark of 60 marks, 148 marks and 179 marks. But usually what happens that after school, college or university results, usually college or university and campus used to display the names of the students, few students, 3 students, 5 students, 7 students who got the maximum mark. So here it is giving me the lowest minimum mark. So I want to find out and give the result for the maximum mark. So who has got the maximum mark? I'll select this query, but instead of giving this query, select top 3 star from mark order by total mark. This will arrange data into ascending order. Ascending means minimum mark will come up top, maximum mark will come bottom. I want to get the 3 students who has got maximum total mark. So what I'll do, I'll say descending, DESC. Let me select this. Execute it. Okay, so these are the 3 students. Srushti Patel, Shital Patel, Samir Kumar. These are the 3. That means these are the 3 topmost students. 350 marks, 340 marks, 330 marks. These are the students who has got maximum mark. You can change the numbers. If you want to get just 2 students' name, you can say select top star. This will give me only 2 students' name. Select top 1 will give me only 1 student's name. Fine. Excellent. Now, same way, you want to find out query number 93 is to find out the lowest 3 sales transactions. Okay, so what is the lowest 3 sales transactions? So I'll say select top 3 star from sales order by net amount. Ascending word is optional. I am not writing it. This will give me lowest 3. Lowest 3 means the lowest sales figure is 1,800, 1,28,400, 1,32,000. These are the lowest. These are the lowest 3 sales figure. Now you want to concentrate why you have got lowest sales transaction. And on the opposite side, if you want to find out, query number 94 is to find out the maximum sales figure. So you want to get the result opposite of this. This will give me lowest sales figure. So if I'll copy this query and if I execute it, Control V, instead of ascending, if I'll say descending, so it will give me, okay, so maximum sales amount is 2,73,600, 2,50,800, 2,40,000. Okay, I hope you are getting it. All right. Now, sometimes you don't want to get the throughout the year. You want to restrict top 2 sales figure between 2 dates. So here we are restricting, increasing the condition. Select, I'll say copy this query, I'll paste it. I want top 2 results. Top 2 results from sales order by this, but I want between 2 dates. So first of all, I'll have to specify, let's say where invoice date is greater than equal to
let's say 2022 dash 10 dash 01. You have to specify year first, YYYY, then stand for month, then days, and invoice date which is less than equal to, let's say, 2022 dash 10 dash 15. You can specify any two date. That means select top two total maximum sales where invoice date is greater than 20,000 first October 2022 and 15 October 2022. Select star from sales where select top two star from sales where invoice date, if you want you can put this into round bracket just to bifurcate it, order by net amount into descending order. Simple. Okay, so these are the two top transactions between two dates. The date is between these two dates. Let us find out. It is 1st October 2022 and 15 October 2022. There are only two transactions here. Fine. Query number now. Okay, so now query number 96. Display distinct city from customer. See, first of all, we have got very less data as over here. So if I say select star from say customer, if I execute this query, here we have got just 5 data. So if I say select distinct city from customer, it will display all the city here. If you say this, it will give me only 4 records. It has not given. See, if you just say select city from customer, just normal select city from the customer, and what is the difference between select distinct city from the customer? It will cancel the repeated name. See here, the Mumbai in the first record, in the first query, the Mumbai name has come for twice, whereas in second query it has removed Mumbai name once. There are only 4 records. Here we have got just 5 records, but this is sometimes useful to find out what are the distinct city. Similarly, query number 97 is to select what are the different distinct sales we have made. So query number 97 is similar to this. Select, if I say select item description from sales, if I select this query, it will give me name of all the sales made. The name may come repeated also. Here the iPad Pro has come twice, Samsung Z Fold has come twice, Apple Watch series has come twice, Sony has come single time. So if I, instead of this, if I say select distinct item description from sales, it will remove the repeated name and will display only name which is unique, one time only. Query number, similarly, query number 98 is to find out the name of the customer who has bought item from us between 2 given dates. So if we say select party code, comma, party name from customer, where party code, I want to find out the party code which are in, I'm using 2 queries, that is select party from sales where invoice date. Now here I can specify date, let's say between greater than equal to, I am giving it into format of a year first, then month, and then day. 2022 10 01 and invoice date is less than equal to single quote 2022 10 15.
Let me explain this. Select party code and party name from customer. I'm trying to search it from customer who has bought item from us. So the name of the person who has bought the items, that will be in a sales record. So where party code in, now this is a condition where select party code is from sales, where invoice date is between these two dates. Let me select this query and execute it. It says that there are 3 customers who has bought item between 2022 1st October to 15th October 2022.
Above query is displaying data from customer table, and in the nested query we are displaying data from sales tables. Okay. Whereas now query number 99, we have been writing this query from sales table. Regular query looks like this way. Select invoice number, comma invoice date, comma a dot party code, comma b dot party name, comma item description, comma net amount from sales SA, comma customer SB, where we used to write it like this way, where a dot party code is equal to b dot party code, and you want to have between two dates. So this is between two dates. Let me select these two dates, Control C, Control V, and now as we are checking two conditions on one column, I am putting those condition in a bracket. I can write condition like this way also. It gives me certain additional details like invoice number, invoice date, party code, party name, item description, and net amount. Now this will display names of all the customers who have bought the item from us between given two days. But sometimes what happens that management also want to find out that which customer are there in our master, but those customer who hasn't bought any item from us between some day. So something like that works out to be query number 100. So query number 100 is now display name of the customer who is there in a master, those who has not bought any item from us. That means we have not made any sales transaction between given today. So I'll write them, select party code. I'll copy the query and I'll make the changes over there. Select this query, paste it over here. What this query is doing, select party code, party name from customer, where party code in means when it is there in the select party code from sales, where the codes are there in sales. Where the codes are there in sales means we have got transaction for that party. So I don't want to find out those who has made the sales transaction with the during this 2 days. I want to find out those who hasn't bought any item, who has not bought. So I'll say not in, and let me select this query and I'll say execute. So here it gives me that Kapil Dev and Yushan Anand hasn't bought any transaction between these 2 days. If you change the date transactions, probably then we may have some other transactions. Let's say between 12:31. Let's see whether these two customer which customer has not bought any item. Only Vishwanath Anand hasn't bought any item from us between these 2 days. So this is the way how you can check all this query. I hope we have made some sufficient number of queries with this. So from now onwards, we'll be working with the string functions. So continue with us, and now we'll be starting with the string functions. I'll close this query screen. I'll open new query. All right, fine. So query number 101. This is the string functions. I'm displaying the method like string functions. So query number 101 is a reverse functions. Now when I say functions means like minimum, maximum and all those stuff. It begins with round bracket. So reverse character, string, or variable functions. So if I'll say select, if I say select reverse of what, either you can write informations in single quotes, or you can have a variable. So I can say, let's say Sam computers, or I'll just write Samir. So if I'll say reverse of Samir, and if I execute it, it will display informations written in single quote in a reverse way. So RIM is, this is the answer. If I'll write Control C, and if I write Control V, Sam computers, it will display information in like this way. Space is also there. Now if you want to display data from some table name, so you can say select first name, comma, reverse of first name from mark. Now here this is considered as a string query. This is string or character data, but this is a data column name from mark table. So if I say this query, just see the result. The regular data in the first name is Sheetal. So reverse of this is written as a reverse. It converts informations from this field into reverse. Same way, I can also use it on separate field like select party code, comma, party name, comma, reverse of party name from customer. So you can write certain code. This is code, this is party name, this is reverse of party name. You can use these reverse functions to convert data into reverse order. Okay, so I hope you are getting it. Now next query is query number 102 is to display data in upper characters using upper functions. So if you say normally select upper single quote, if I write data in hello friends, if I write that this way, it converts informations written in second letter into capital letter. See, hello I have written, hello friend I have written in a combination of capital and small letter, first capital letter and second letter. It converts data into capital letter. This is useful for whenever you want to display some data into capital letters. So if I'll say select party code, comma, party name, comma, upper party name from customer. If you say this, it will display data into here. Everything is written, this is normal order, everything is written in capital letter, so it is not making any changes. Let me select some other things. Select star from mark. Let me select what is there in mark table. Okay, here the course is written in combination of capital and small letter. So let us find it out. Select roll number, comma, course, COURS, and I'm saying upper of course, upper of COURSE from mark table. Okay, select the query, execute it. See, this is a regular query. Here using upper function, it converts informations written in a small letter to capital letter. If the information is not entered, if it is a null value, it doesn't make any changes. Okay, fine. Query number 103 is a reverse of it. It display data into lower letter. Query number 103 is to display data into lower letter. If we select this thing, let me select this query, Control C. I'm pasting it, Control V, bracket is removed. Instead of upper, if I say lower, so everything will be converted into second letter. Similarly, if I select this query, Control C, Control V, instead of upper, I'm writing lower. So informations written over here is converted into lower letter. Null doesn't have any value, so it will not convert null to small letter. The null means there is no value enter over here. It doesn't convert into any second letter. I hope you are getting it. Now query number 104 is a left string functions. Query number 104 is a left string functions. Now left string functions is helpful to pick up and display data from left hand side of the string by specified number of characters. So if you say, let's say, assume say select left of single quote Sam computers, and then how many number of characters you want to pick up. Let's say I want to pick up 2 characters. So from left hand side, it will, whatever is written in single quote, it will display answer as SA. Okay, you are getting it. Suppose if I'll copy this query and I'll paste it, and instead of 2 letter, if I'll say 5 characters, so what will be the answer? It will be SAM 1 space and CO. Space is also considered as a 1 character. So it will not be SAM CO, it will be SAM 1 space and only C. Let me show you. SAM 1 first character, second character, third character, fourth character is space, and fifth character is C. You can use these functions like on database also. Select party code, comma party name, comma left of party name, comma let's say 3 character from customer. So party code, party name, and first 3 character of party name, MUK, SAC, M full stop S, Kapil KAP, and Vishwanath Anand VIS. This is the way how to use the left string functions. I is right string functions. Now if we select these 2 query, Control, you'll see Control V, instead of left, if I'll say right, right, Sam computers, 2 characters from the right hand side. Right hand side means it will display R and S. It will not display SR. It won't reverse it. It will simply pick up information from right hand side. If you want to convert it into reverse order 2 character, then above right function we have to use reverse functions. Similarly, if I'll say right of Sam computer 5, so what will be the answer? It will be UTERS. If you want reverse of it, so in that case we have to apply 2 functions. You do right first, and that should be written in reverse, REV, reverse of this information and put it into right bracket. Now if you see, I'm executing 2 query. The first answer, it is showing right side 5 character UTERS. Now the second query, I'm using 2 functions. I'm first of all fetching information from right hand side 5 character, that is UTERS. These are 5 character, it will display and pick up using right function, and after that it will reverse it into using reverse function. That means it will display SRETU. Using these multiple functions, you can create some sorts of password or some sorts of separate structured programs and password, or some string functions. You can use it. Now query number 106 is a substring. Substring function is used to fetch data from string or character variables from any position, and you have to specify 3 informations. In a left and right function, we have to specify from where you want to pick up and number of characters you want to pick up. From Sam computers, you pick up and display 2 characters from right hand side. Whereas string functions, you have to specify three informations. Let me show you. Select substring. So Sam computer is the informations. Now here you have to specify pick up from which position. So I want to pick up, let's say, from third position. How many characters I want to pick up? Let's say I want to pick up one character only. Okay, let me show you first. One by one I'll show you. So what this function will do, from Sam computer, from third character position. So first character is S, second character is A. From third character, pick up one character. So it will display only alphabet M. Okay, fine. You are getting it. Let me show you one another example. Control V. Let's say from third character, pick up 5 characters. So what will be the answer? Third character, pick up 5 characters. So M, first character, second, 3, 4, 5. It will display M com. M 1 space COM. M 1 space COM. How? From third character, pick up first character, second character, third character, fourth character, and fifth character. This is the way. Okay. You can use these functions on table also. We can say select party code comma party name comma substring of party name, pick up from second character 3 character from ma. Let me execute it. Okay, it's showing error. Okay, so query number 107, LTrim function. LTrim stands from trim the function from left hand side. It will remove the leading space from a string or character variable. For example, if you say select Samir, let's say I'm giving Samir plus I'm giving some 5-10 character space and I'm writing like this way. So these are two string content. This will not add it, it will join it. So if you say select Samir plus sir in a single quotes, it will display the answer, but between Samir and sir there are some space because sir has got certain number of spaces. There are number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 character space is there between Samir and the sir. So if you want to remove the leading space from left hand side, you can say select single quote Samir plus LTrim. LTrim will remove the leading space from this side. I am copying the same string. I am copying the same string from upper query to this query so that you will have that I have not removed the space manually. Select it and now you will see both are displayed without any space. It will LTrim function. LTrim will remove the leading space, left hand side space from this sir character string. I hope you are getting it. Similarly, query number 108 is to remove the space from right hand side. So query number 108 would be RTrim. RTrim will remove the space from right hand side. Okay, so this is opposite of it. Let's say here now I am writing select. Now Samir, I am writing like this way and I am having some space after word Samir plus single quote 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am giving some space and sir. If I select this query, this will have more spaces. See, between Samir and sir there are more spaces. Total number of spaces would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 space will be there after word Samir and before sir 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 character space before sir. Now if I say select RTrim and I am selecting the same string from upper query, Control C, Control V, plus I'll give this remaining space, remaining string, Control V. So now it will display it
but still there will have, it will have few character space because it has not removed the space which are there on the left hand side of the SIR. So now I have to use the two functions, that is I'll have to, I'm copying this query. I want to remove space from right hand side of Samir, and I also want to remove space from left hand side of Samir. So I'll say LTrim of Samir. Now it will be a join without having any space. Now there is another way. If you are not recognizing that whether you have got leading space or you want to have the followed space, there is another string, another command, string functions, that is a trim. Trim function will remove the space from left hand side and right hand side. Control V. Query number 10 is a trim functions. Trim function will remove the leading space and it will, I'm just copying this about to query. Control C, Control V. Instead of rtrim or ltrim, I'm just using word string trim. So this will display, this will remove whatever space is there. Similarly, instead of rtrim, I'm just using trim. It will remove trim, it will remove the leading and followed space from both the sides. So this is 2-in-1. You can use these functions. Now, how would you know whether it has removed the space or no? So first of all, let me show you another string functions. Query number 1010 would be len. Len stands for length. It will count each and individual character. So when I said these let me show you this first command. Select Samir plus sir, Control C. Let us say Control V. So when I select it, it will display, I think so, I have not selected full query. Okay, it has displayed it. But if you want to know this string has got how many characters, so I'll say select, I'll copy this query, I'll paste it, and I'll use word from one function that is called as a len. Len stands for, it's a short word of length. Length of, what is the length of this string? It will give you a numeric integer value. This integer value will tell you that this string will have 22 characters. So from here till here, SAMIR, 5 character over here, then some space, and some space plus R. This length of the complete string is 22 character. You select length of, now this word, let me copy this string first. Control C, Control V, and let me first of all, I'm using multiple function. Let me remove space from right hand side of the Samir first. Okay, let me show you this part. So the total string from Samir here to sir is 22 character. Now after removing the right hand side space, see, it has removed some spaces from the right hand side of Samir, but still after sir, still few spaces are there. So I'll copy this query again, Control C, Control V. Now I'll say either I can use trim or I can use ltrim, both will work. Here also I can use trim function, there is no issue. And now if you say it will be 8 character. It has removed left hand side. Trim function will remove space from the left hand side and right hand side both at the same time. So it will remove all the leading or followed space. The word Samir, after removing and sir, after removing space from left and right hand side, it is 8 character. SAMIR, 5 character, 6, 7, 8. So this is the way how len functions will work. Okay, fine. Now next function is query number 111 is ASCII. ASCII stands for ASCII stands for American Standard Code for Information Interchange. For every information, every character you type on the keyboard, internally from the computer inside, it is stored in some another different value, ASCII code, which is stand for ASCII. Now for your understanding, I'm telling you that ASCII of 0
ASCII of capital letter. First of all, let me explain you. Let me show you first example. Select ASCII. ASCII of capital letter A is 65. So ASCII of capital B would be 66. B is 66. ASCII of capital C is 60. C is 67. Okay, so just understand this, just remember this chart. Let me abbreviate it for you. ASCII, first of all, let me show you. Select ASCII of single quote 0, 48. ASCII of 1 would be 49. Now what is this? Just understand, 0 stand for 48, 1 stand for 49, 2 stand for 50. Similarly, capital A stand for 65, capital B stand for 66, capital C stand for 67. Likewise, small a stand for 97, small b stand for 98, small c stand for 99 onwards. Let me show you that part also. Control C. Small a stand for 97, small b stand for 98, small c stand for 99, small d will be 100. So likewise this chart will go. So internally, when you type from the keyboard capital A, internally ASCII value of capital A is 65, capital B is 66, capital C is 67, capital D would be 68, and likewise 0 will be having internal ASCII value of 48, 1 stand for 49, 2 stand for 50, A capital A stand for 97, small a stand for 97, small b stand for 98, and small c stand for 99. You don't have to remember this chart. This is just internally how computer will store this ASCII value. This is useful when you want to write some machine level coding or something like that. As of now, for SQL it is not useful, but as a part of the functions I have taught you. Opposite of ASCII is a character. So now query number 112 is reverse of ASCII. ASCII used to give numeric value of the letter which you have typed. So if you type A, it tells you that ASCII value of A is 65. If you type B, the value of ASCII B would be 66. Now character is different. It is opposite of it. So if you say select char, what is character? Char of 65. If you write 65 like this way, so it will give you reverse. It will give you reverse value. So it will tell you that it stands for internally the 65 value is stored and it represents character A. Similarly, 97 would be saved and it will be showed as a small letter A. Likewise. Okay, fine. Now we are learning some another string function which is a bit confusing and also very useful. Char index. Now char index will find which character you want to find, there are three parameters it asks you. You want to find character in a string, from character or string variable, and from which positions you want to find out this character. Let me show you one example. Let me find it out and tell you. Select char index. Now let's say if I want to find out character letter C, this is the first thing. Character I want to find out is a C. Now from where you want to find out? Let's say I want to find out from Sam Computers. And then you want to find it out from first position onwards. So what it will do, it will, let me first show you the result so that I can explain you easier. It will try to find character letter C from the string from first position onwards. So from first position order, this is not a C. First letter is not C. Second, third, fourth, fifth. So the C letter is on fifth position. It will tell you like this way. Similarly, if I'll give you another example, select char index, find out alphabet A from, this is my channel name, easy tech by Samir, and you try to find it out from first letter, first position or not say. So it will try to find out A alphabet from first position onwards. So it is on the second positions. But I don't want to find out from first or second position. Let's say I will change this query and I'll use another query like this. Say, find out A later, not from first position. Try to find it out from fifth position onwards. So now the result would be a bit different. Let me show you two query. Select the two query. In the first case, query is same. Find A alphabet from this string and try to find it out from this string from first position onwards. So from first position onwards, A is on the second character positions. But the same query, try to find out from fifth character onwards. So it will ignore this second letter, first, second, third, fourth, 5. So from here it will try to find 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. A letter is on 15 character positions. Now how this will be useful? So let's say if you say select char index, try to find out @ from, let's say you have got some email address ABCDE some letter @gmail.com and try to find it out from first letter positions. So you have some email address and you want to find out where is the @ sign. So it will tell you @ is on character number 16 number position. So char index is useful for searching a particular alphabet from a specified positions onwards, from which position onward you want to find it out. So I've shown you the real life example would be like, if you want to find out at which position the @ is there or where at the full stop is there. If you want to find out where is the full stop, let's say full stop. So it will tell you full stop is in the position number 22nd. This is on position number 22nd. Okay, I hope you are getting it. Okay, so query number 114 is the stuff query. Stuff query will help you to replace a particular part of the string with another part of the string. Let me show you. Let's say there are 4 parameters which you have to specify. Let me show you. Select stuff. Okay, let us say this is a query. This is a string A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. In this string, from third character, you replace 2 characters. So there are 4 parameters which you have to give. And replace with what? Let's say you want to replace it with 1, 2, 3. Now let me explain. There are stuff you have to give 4 parameter. Parameter number 1 is string or character variable. This is a string or character variable in which you want to stuff something else. Okay, second part is from which position. So from third character position to you replace 2 character with 1, 2, 3. Let me show you this query. Execute. Now let's see the answer. From the third character it has replaced C and D by 1, 2, 3. So AB will be there. C and D is replaced by 1, 2, 3. 2 character it has replaced, and from rest of E character all the characters are in same position onwards. Let me show you another example. Stuff select stuff. Let's say I'm replacing this is some mobile number, this is a random 9876543210, and you want to show a space in between the character. So you want to show a space, that means I want to stuff space from 6 character position, and I don't want to replace any character, so I'll say replace 0th character. One second. From 6th character to 0th character positions, and I want to display one single space. Let me show you. This is a mobile number, this is a random 9876543210. In the place of 6 character, I don't want to replace any character, I want to stuff, I want to insert one single space. Let me show you what will be the answer. So this mobile number, the joint mobile number will be displayed like this way: 198765. In 6 character it is replaced by 0 character by inserting one space in between character. Instead of space, if you want dash sign, let's assume you want, instead of space you want dash line. So what you will do, you can replace dash line over here. So let me show you. Okay, I hope you are getting it. Let me show you on another example. You have got some international telephone number, so I'll say select, and I'm saying this is the stuff. International telephone number is begin with 1800 111100, and this is this telephone number. 5th character to 0th position, replace one single dash. Okay, let me show you how the results will look like as. So 1800, 5th character, one single character it is, without replacing 5th character it is inserted this character. But after this I want one more dash sign after 1111 also. So international numbers are displayed like 1800-1111-00 if I want that way. So I'll copy this query, I'll paste it, and I will use one more stuff, STUFF stuff. Now in the 10th character positions, replace 0th character position and replace it with one more single dash. Let me show you how this will look like as. So it will be like this way: 1800-1111-00. So I hope you are getting this. So these are the different example of stuff. Now query number 115 is to replace. Stuff will insert specific character from the position onwards, whereas replace will replace that part, string part, with different way. Let me show you. Let's say select, replace. Let's say this is Samir Patel Sam Computers. You want to replace Patel with what? Let's say I want to replace with the sir. In this string Samir Patel Sam Computers, you want to replace word Patel with the sir. Let me show you this example. Let me show you answer. So it will be Samir, instead of Patel is replaced by sir. Samir sir Sam Computers. Likewise, let's suppose you have got some email address. Select, replace. You got some email address that any alphabet, some email address is there, @abc.com. This is the email address you have got. Now you want to replace that abc, that is, you want to replace what? @abc, you want to replace with @gmail. Let me show you this. So execute it. So the email address which was @abc.com is word abc is replaced by @gmail. Likewise, let me show you one another example. Suppose you have written, instead of com, instead of word com, now you want full stop com to be replaced by, let's say, org. So I can say full stop com I want to replace with .org. Okay, all right, let me show you answer. So whatever xyz @abc.com, this email address is @com is replaced with full stop com is replaced with full stop org. This is query number 115. Query number 116 is similar part of it, replicate functions. Now this will be our last string functions. Replicate string functions will replicate the string expressions for number of time. So let me show you. Select, I'll say replicate, let's say a single quote minus sign, or let's say I want to replicate it for 10 times. So the minus sign has come for 10 times. Similarly, you can say select, replicate, you want to replicate, let's say, x sign, or let's say 20 times. It will replicate x sign for 20 times. All right. If you want to replicate some single name for 10 times, let's say select, replicate, let's say I want to replicate Ram and I want one space, or let's say 10 times. Execute. See, you can use this in database also. Let me show you one database. Let me show you one standard table, which table we can replicate. Let's say the sales order, I'm not using it regularly. So first of all, let us see what is the content of sales order. Select top 100 rows. This party code only is there. This is not a big order, big table. Select top 100 rows. Okay, this remark is there. Let's say I want to, I'll say select, update sales, set remark 1 is equal to replicate test one space for 5 times. So the word test will be replicated for 5 times. Let me show you. And now let me show you the result of it. See, test. It has replaced all rows. Now, if you want the answer rate, the earlier query back, you will not be able to get it back. You have to update it with some standard update statement. Update sales, set remark 1 is equal to payment in 6 weeks. So this will be replaced with standard things. Let me show you. Select star from sales. Now it will have all one standard remark, that is payment within 6 weeks. So this is a way how you can use the replicate functions. Now this ends most of the string function. There are some string functions are there, but it is out of the scope of the course. From now onwards, we'll be working with the date functions. Okay, so now let's begin with the date functions. Now getDate function is used to retrieve the current system date and time from the SQL server. So whatever SQL server you are working on, this will display current system date and time. For example, if I'll say select getDate, open bracket and close bracket. Once I type these functions and once I execute this query, it shows that today's system date and time which is in a SQL server is 9th January 2023 and time is 11 AM 23 minutes and 28 seconds. Okay, you can also perform some calculations on it. Likewise, suppose let's say if I'll say select get date, and if I say select, and if I write like this way, today is equal to single quote comma get date. Now if I'll write this function, let me show you the answer of these two query. In the first one, it display the answer without column heading name. In the second one, it will display today in the first column, and second answer it will display in the second column. Now you can also perform calculations on date. Likewise, suppose if you want to find out, you want to add some date. So let's say if I'll give another query like 15 days from today is equal to single quote, I'll give comma get date plus 15. Let me execute this query. So what it will do? It will show you today is 9th January 2023 and 15 days from today it will be 24th January 2023. You can change the date also. Let's say if you say 30, let me change the remark also. This is remark. Okay, so it will add 30 days in today and it will display the answer. Today is 9th January 2023. 30 days from today it will be 8th February 2023. You can add, you can subtract it also. Let me show you days before today. If instead of plus, if I'll say minus, so that will show you 30 days before today was 10th December 2022. I hope you have got the meaning and use of the date functions. Now there is a similar function like getDate. Query number 118 is system date and time. The difference in system date and time is in the getDate function it will display answer in hour, minutes, second and millisecond, whereas system date time will display answer in the nearest nanosecond. Let me show you. If I say select sys date time, probably we may not be having so use for nanosecond, but in some scientific applications it might be helpful. Hour, minute, second and millionth of second of the nanosecond. I don't think so we are going to work on any application as of now where we have to work with the millionth of fractions of a second, but as a part of the functions I am showing you. Query number 119 is get UTC date. Now UTC stands for, it will give you a Greenwich Mean Time date. These functions, see, once I say select get date and let me show you select get UTC date. There are two functions I am showing you, select get date and select UTC get date. Let me show you. The first answer is current time as of now in India. That's a 9th January 2023. Current now time is 11:27 AM. Now UTC time, that's a Greenwich Mean Time. India is 5 hours and 30 minutes ahead of Greenwich Mean Time. So from this time, this trip depends on the country in which you are working, and depending upon the time zone which you have selected, from the current time it will deduct 5 hours and 30 minutes in India. So it means that when there is a 12 noon at Greenwich Mean Time, we will have 5:30 PM in India. So if you have to work on some of the applications where you have to work on a Greenwich Mean Time, you can use function get UTC date. Now things like you have got it, query number 120. Now let's suppose now we want to work with the year functions. Year. Now year functions will require, see, these works as an independent function. Get date, system, sys date time, get UTC date works independently. Whereas here we have to provide some date functions or date field. So if we'll say select year from the get date, there are two functions I am using. So it will display, the answer is 2023. It can also work on not only system date time, it can also work with like this. Suppose if I want to find out, select year of, suppose if I have entered some date like this way, 2018 dash 10 25, I am just writing some normal date in a format of year, month and day. So it will display the year is 2018. You can also display data here from the data from particular table. For example, if I'll say select invoice number, invoice date, comma year from invoice date from sales. So this is the way it will work with the invoice number 101, the date is 22/10/01, the year is 2022. All the things are in year. Now this will be useful when you want to find out some year from the birth date, join date. 100 and 121 will be to display data from sales or any particular table. Now this query is extremely useful when you want to find out and work with some date. So I can say select star from sales. Let me show you first normal query. Select star from sales. Now here for this table, we have entered data only for one particular year. But if you have got a big database where you have got multiple years and multiple transactions from different year, then this will be useful like the select star from sales where year from the invoice date, this will give you integer number, that is 2022. Now here we have got only one particular year. Remember, if you have got a table which has got thousands and millions of records with multiple year, if it's a birth date, you want to find out who was born in particular year, so you can find out year for particular table where you have entered data in date format. This command, this function will give you data to fetch information year wise. Like here we have got next function, that is month. So fetch the data for month wise. So if I'll say select month from, if I'll say get date, there are two functions. I'm using opening two bracket and closing date. So today is January, so it will display 1. It will display numbers from 1 to 12. All right. So let's assume likewise if we want to copy this query, suppose if I'll say instead of here, if I'll say find out the month from this date, so it will display, it's a 10 YYYY MMDD. Likewise, if you want to find out and work with the month, control V, instead of here, if I'll say month, so it will display answer like this way. Invoice number, invoice, all the data we have entered for 10th month only. Fine. Now how we can use this function? We can use this function to fetch the data. So query number 123 is to display the data from sales where we have got one particular month. So we can say select star from sales where month in the bracket invoice date is equal to, let's say, 9 month. Let's say, let's find out whether we have got any data for 9th month. No, we don't have any data for 9th month. Let me find out whether we have got data for 10th month.
Yeah, we have data for 10th month. So this is way how we can work. Now query number 124 is to display the data for day wise. Like we have got year, month, the next function is day. So if I say select day from get date functions, today is 9th January, so it will display 9th. Likewise, if I'll copy about to query, let me copy it and paste it. Instead of month, if I'll say day, it will give you a numeric number from 1 to 31. And if I'll say day, let me show you first this result. Okay, this is YYYY year, MM month and DD. Likewise, if I'll give this function, so this is first October, 2nd October, 15th October, 16th October, 7th. This will give you number from 1 to 31.
Okay, so query number 125 is to display data from sales table depending upon the particular day. So we can say, let's say copy this query, or we can say select star from sales where day from the invoice date. This is if used to find out whether you have got particular sales on particular day or what. So let's if I give like 16 invoice day, find out on 16th how many transactions we have made. So we have made one transaction for 16. Similarly, if I say 10, let me find out we have got any transaction for 10th day. No, we don't have. Let's say 15. So we have got one transaction for day. So I want you to go to this particular screen. These are the different date abbreviations which we'll be using for date functions, like date name, date date, date difference. So just understand, whenever you want to refer word year, you can abbreviate and use it like YY or YYYY. It gives you year in number. If you want to find out and work with a quarter, you can use the abbreviation QR, QQ or Q. It gives you quarter of the year. That will be 1, 2, 3, 4. First quarter will be from 1 to 3 month. Second quarter will be 4, 5, 6 month. Third quarter will be 7, 8, 9 month, and fourth quarter will be quarter for month number 10, 11 and 12. Month will give you month in string, or it will give you month in number from 1 to 12. Day of a week, it will give you day of a week in a number. Day, it will give you day of the month in number. WK or WW will give you week in number. Weekday, DW, this will give you week in name string. HH stands for hour, MI stands for minute, SS stands for second, MS stands for millisecond, microsecond and nanosecond. That's it. So query number 126, date name. Now if we say select date name from the bracket, if we say year, find out year from get date is year. So this will display year. Function is same. It will give you year. Similarly, let me copy this query. Control V. If we say QQ, QQ will give me answer in quarter. What is a quarter? This is the first quarter. Instead of remark year, I'll say quarter, QUA, quarter. So this will give me which quarter. There are 4 quarters. It gives you number from 1 to 4. First quarter will be if a month is between January, February, March. Second quarter will be from April, May, June. Third quarter will be from July, August, September. And fourth quarter will be from October, November and December. Okay. Now let's suppose if I want to find out, if we'll copy this query, Control C, Control V. Instead of QQ, if I say MM, MM will give answer in month. select the query, execute it. This will give you January. Okay. Similarly, Control V, dy will give day of year. Let me show you this. Today is 9th. Similarly, if I'll give Control V, if I give DW, today in CHAR character, so this will give me today is a Monday. Similarly, HH will give you hour, the current time. From current time it will extract hour and will display only hour. Right now it is 12 PM. And similarly, MI will give you minute. Okay, fine. Query number 127. Now using date function, above date function, to display day and month in character. So what we'll say, select invoice number, invoice date, comma, let's say date name from, if you want to find out DW from invoice date is day name, comma, date name, invoice date is month from sales. Let me execute the above query and just see the results. It will display invoice number, invoice date. Now if you want to find out these first 1/10/2022 was which day, so here we can use date name. DW will give answer in character, day in character. Similarly, date name will give you this part, this 10 was from which particular month, so it will give you answer in character. So if you want to find out that 2nd October 2022, so it was Sunday. Similarly, 15 October 2022 was Saturday. So this will help you to extract data from table like this way. Now the next function is date part. Date part is similar to date name, but there is some difference. Date name will give answer in character, whereas date part will give answer as an integer. Now let me copy the query. See, Control V. So if I execute this query, it say first is a 2022 year, or YYY, it gives you 2022 first quarter, first month, day in number 9, month, day of a week in number, similarly hour and minute. If it is giving me all the same answer, then what is the difference between date name and date part functions? So this is the answer for query number 129. What is the difference between date name and date part? See, date name will give you answer in a character, whereas date part will give answer as a integer. Let me show you the result. Let's say I'm saying select date name from from the get date is month. Okay. Similarly, let us see if I am saying select date part comma get date as month. Let me show you these two answers. Can you find any difference? Here it is giving you, the first one it is giving you answer as a January, whereas here it is giving answer as a month. Similarly, if I try answer like this way, select date name comma get date plus date name comma get date as a string join. Whereas if I'll copy the query and if I paste it, select date part get date part. Now this will be integer addition. Let me show you the answer. So here in the first one, the answer, it will join, it will not add January plus January, it will join it, January. The first one, date name will give answer as a string join. Whereas in the second, month from the current date, today is a January month. So for the January month, the numeric number will be 1 plus 1, it will give answer integer addition as a 2. Similarly, if I'll give, let me copy the query, Control C, Control V. Instead of month, if I'll say year, and similarly here if I'll say year, now we are working with the date name functions and date part functions. See, in the first one, year is 2023. So here in the first answer, in the first select query, it is joining two string 2023. It is date name will give answer as a string. String means character. So this is not a numeric number. It is a 2023 string plus 2033. It is joining two string. Whereas in second one, it is answering giving in the integer part. So 2023 plus 2023. That gives the numeric integer addition. This second part, date part function will give answer as an integer, whereas date name will give answer as a string functions. I hope you are getting it. Now query number 130 is to add date. Query number, next function is a date add functions. Now if you want to find out what will be the addition, so let me first select some 2-3 query, Control C. Let me paste it over here. Select get date as a, this is a normal, this will show you today's date. Today is a 9th January 2023. Now if I'll say dated, I want to add year and 2. Let's say if I want to add in the year 2 year. So in a date, from the today's date, add 2 year. That is 2 year after today, it will be 2025 January 09. Suppose if I want to subtract, so if I'll say date 8, I want to work and perform operation on the interval, I want to work on interval year. So year is an interval. What number I want to add? I want to add a number or subtract number. So I want to add 3 years from today's date. So 3 years before today was 9th January 2023. Similarly, if I want to work with the month, so I'll select this query, execute it. I want to add into current date month, 2 month I want to add. So 2 months after today will be 9th March 2023. Today is what? Today is 9th January 2023. 2 months from today, it will be 9th March 2023. Similarly, I can subtract it also. Let me subtract. Let's say, if I'll say 2 months before today, Control Z, something has gone wrong.
Okay, let me show you. So 2 months before today was 9th October 2022. Similarly, if I want, this is the way if you want to work with the year addition or subtraction, month addition or subtraction, day addition or subtraction. Let me show you two answer. Okay, 3 months from today will be, before today will be 9th October 2022. 2 days before today, it will be, no, it will not be before today, after today, it will be after today. After today, let me select two query, execute it. 2 days after today will be 11th January 2023, and 3 days before today will be 6th January 2023. So this is a way how you can add year, subtract year, add month, subtract month, add day or subtract month. Now how you will use these functions in a regular database, that is actually a most useful thing. Suppose you are giving some credit periods. So how you will be using this function to work out and find out due days. Let's suppose if I am giving select star from sales. If I'll say select star from sales, it gives me all things. Suppose now we want to find out what will be the due date. If we are giving 30 days credit period or if we are giving 60 days grace period. So if you want to find out, select star, comma, I want to add date, I want to add 30 days. So that will be, I want to say day, comma 30 days, and I want to add it into invoice date from sales. So suppose if I'll give this function like this way, execute it, it tells you, okay, it has gone out of the field. Let me show you something like this. Let me first dated, comma, star from sales. Okay, so the invoice date was 1st October 2022. If we give 30 days grace period, so the payment due date will be 31 October 2022. Similarly, on this date it will add 30 and it gives you 1st November 2022. So on the whatever is invoice date, we have added 30 days credit period, grace period. This is considered as a, what it is? It is due date with 30 days due date. 30 days due date. Let me show you the answer. "30 days due date from this date." If this is the invoice date, the due date will be 31st October 2022. This is 1st November 2022, 14 November 2000. On whatever is date, this date, we have added 30 days. Let's suppose if you want to go to 60 days credit period. So what will be the query? Let me select the query, copy it, Control V. Instead of 30 days, I am now offering 60 days query. So let me give 60 days from, by adding 60 day into the invoice date, it gives you, if your invoice date is 1st October 2022, if we give 60 days due date credit period, so the payment due date will be 30 November 2022. This date 1st December 2022. So from this date, we have added 60 days into the invoice date. If we add 60 days into this invoice date, this is due date. Likewise, you can add or subtract also. Suppose if there is some calculations which you want to find out, you can subtract it. Like, let me copy the query, minus 30, and this is order date. Let's assume that before order date was 30 days prior to that. The function will be dated only. We want to add in day, but instead of plus number, we are subtracting 30 days from the invoice date. So this will give you earlier date. Let's suppose this order date was 1 October 2022. Likewise, you can add or subtract likewise. Okay, I hope you have got it. Now, next query is to work with the date difference. Okay, so query number 132 is a date difference. Date difference will give you difference between two date. You have to specify two date and you want to find out year, month or day. Let us say if you want to find out, select, if you want to find out the total number of year, date difference, I want to find out year from, let's say India become independent on 1947 on 08 August, that is 15th August, India become independent, and between today, that is a get date, how many years have passed? Yes, years after independence. Let's see this query. Date DIFF. There is one word, one alphabet is missing. DIFF. So between 15th August 2047 and today, 47 years have been passed. Let me copy the query. Let me paste it. Suppose instead of year, if I want to find out how many month has been passed, month after independence. So it is 905 month. Similarly, if I want to find out days, this day after independence, control V. Let me copy all these three query in one shot and show you the answer. From 15th August 1947 till today, 76 years has been passed. Month after independence, 905 month has passed, and total 27,541 days has passed after the independence. Okay. Similarly, if I want to find out what are the total number of days that has been passed after, so now this is our last date functions. Okay. So if I want to find out the difference between the invoice date and today, so if I'll say select date difference, day, invoice date is overdue by comma star from sales. If I'll write this query, select date difference, day, invoice date and get date. Okay, let me select the query and execute it. So from 1st October 2022, it has been overdue by 100 days. From 2nd October 2022, it has been overdue by 99 days. What this function is doing, from the current date, what is current date? Select get date. If I'll show you this two answer, today is 9th January, it will deduct this date and it will give you integer number. I hope you have got some of the date function. Fine. Now query number 134 is to use convert functions. Convert function is used to convert data from one type to other type data. Remember, when you are converting from float or numeric to an integer data, the convert function will truncate the results. Whereas for other conversion, it will round the results. Let's see the query for this. Let me show you. Select. Let's see. I want to convert the data into integer. Let's say the data is 25.65. Now this is a decimal type data. I want to convert 25.65, which is decimal data, into integer. So let's see what is the results.
So this function will give you answer 25. It has truncated, it has transferred the results from 65 to only integer results. Similarly, if I say select convert, let's say I want to convert this 31 into money. So this, it will transfer the integer 31 which was integer, it is converted into money using 2 decimal. Using these convert functions, we can use to convert date into different formats. So using the convert functions, I want to display date into different format, like let's say different country will display date in different formats. So if I want to display date in a format of YYYY slash MM slash DD, or MM that stands for month slash DD day slash YYYY, or DD slash MM slash YYYY. Before showing you this, if I say select star from sales, so if I show you this, if I say execute, it gives me answer into different format, YYYY minus sign MM, let's say month slash 01. I want to show it into YYYY slash MM slash DD, this format. So let me show you the query. Using this convert function, we can use it like this way. So my query will be select invoice number, comma, invoice date, comma. Now I'm using convert function. Convert, what I want to convert? I want to convert first of all date into varchar. Varchar. What is the input? Input will be coming from invoice date, comma. If I say 111, comma, let's say item description also, description, comma, net amount from sales. Select invoice number, invoice date, item description from sales. Let me select this query and execute it. Now see the actual invoice date, the earlier invoice date, it was showing like this 2022 minus sign 10 minus 11. Using these convert functions, which convert function? This convert function, the new formatted date, it is showing into the format of YYYY slash MM slash DD. You can write it down. This is a very important query. Very important query. It converts the results into, like, if you want heading, you can give the heading like this, date. Let me show you the query results. See, the new date format result is this way. Let me show you. This is showing answer into YYYY, then MM, that is month, and then day. Suppose if I want to display data into format of MM, DD, YYYY, the whole query will remain same. Instead of 111, you just have to write down 101. Let me show you this result. Now it will show month first, then day, and then year. See, original invoice date, it is showing like this way. Here it is showing the results in a format of month first, second part, month first, then day, and then year. Extremely useful. Let me copy this query, and I want to show the next results. I want day first. In India and UK, we show day first, then month, and then year. So in that case, you have to write your query, instead of 101, you just have to write 103. Extremely useful. Copy this query and try it out. Now it will display day first. See, without formatting, without converting data, it is showing the date in a different format, like YYYY minus month minus day. Using this convert function, it convert invoice date into varchar, and by formatting it, it will display DD slash MM slash YYYY. Extremely useful query in India. Earlier format, it will display data into the YYYY slash MM slash DD. This is not acceptable and not understood by most Indian people. Okay. Now Let us see a different type of format for date. Suppose if I don't want to format the date like YYYY/mm/dd or mm/dd/YYY or dd/mm/y. This is a format which we use. Let us see some another query. I want to display data in form of dd full stop mm full stop YYYY. So let me copy the query first. Okay. Let us see. Extremely useful. Instead of 103, now we just write 104. Select invoice number, invoice date. Now this convert function will transfer invoice date into varchar, and by formatting it to 104, it will display the date in a format of dd full stop mm full stop YYYY. Let's see the results. See dd full stop mm full stop YYYY. Similarly, if you want to convert into YYYY full stop mm full stop dd, use convert format with 102. Let me show the results. Fine. So I hope you have got it. Now let's understand new function which is called numeric function round. Now round function is used to round up results into different formats. There are various applications for it. See, let's see. The format is like this way. Select round. Let's say I want to convert 7654 full stop 357. I want to round this figure by 2 decimal. Understand the logic. So it keeps the integer part as it is. After decimal, 2 decimal I want to keep. So I want to round up this numeric figure by 2-digit decimal. Now you want to round up for 2 digit. Now if the third digit is 5 or more, then it will increase the value of second digit by 1. Let me show the result. Execute. So this has given the results. The integer figure, it has not changed. 2 means you want to round up by 2-digit decimal. 35. Now as the third digit in decimal is 5 or more, it has removed it and the 5 is increased by 1. Suppose if this result, if this value, Control C, Control V, if this result was 31, so this will become 7654.32. Okay, I hope you are getting it. Now let's use it to round up by 1-digit decimal. I want to round up by 1 digit, so it will keep the only this one single digit. As the second digit is 5 or more, this answer will become 7654.4. Okay, fine. Now if you don't want paisa, if you don't want digit decimal, you can say I don't want decimal at all, so you want only integer part. So this is a 3 it will remove and the answer it will make it. Let me select the query and the answer will become 3654. The rest, all the digit it has removed. Now it is also possible not only to round in decimal, it is also possible to round up figure in integer part. By giving the minus figure, you want to give in -1 digit. Now I want to show the figures to higher authority, so we will not say a round figure like 7654. I'll display, I want to now round up into integer part, that is in India we consider it as a rupees part. So this will become 7650. 4.357 it is removed. Similarly, if I copy it, if I'll say round up to -2 digit, this will become, that means you want to round up these two integer part, so this will become 7700. I hope you are getting it. If I'll -3 digit, this will become 8000. Okay, now how to use this function in a real life case? So query number 38 is to use round up figure in a sales table. Okay, so let me show you how to work out with this. So let's say select invoice number, comma invoice date, comma item description, comma net amount, comma round of net amount. From sales. As you can see, all the figures are in round up figure only. There is no differentiation between net amount and the round of this amount. So first let us see the example. What is the content of table sales as of now? Select star from sales. Now once I execute this query, let's see. Now as you can see, all the figures are in actual round up figure only. Let us say we tweak this sales table. I want to convert the GST tax amount. Instead of 18%, I want to, just for this example, I will update it to some different percent. So I'll say update sales, set GST tax amount is equal to amount minus discount into, instead of this GST tax percent, right, for this example I'm converting into 11.333 divided by 100 just for this example. Just for this example, let me convert it to 11.33% just for this example. Now if I see this, select star from sales. So now the GST tax amount is in some decimal. Let us update it. Update net amount, update sales, set net amount is equal to amount minus discount plus GST tax amount plus packing charges. Just temporary I am doing it. Okay, so now let's say select star from sales. Now if you see, now this net amount has got some decimal figure. So let's see the real case example of a round figure on sales table. So I'll say select invoice number, invoice date, item description, net amount, and round of net amount. I don't want decimal. Okay, so select this query and execute it. Okay, so without round figure, the actual figure is coming with a decimal, and this is with a round net amount. Let us put the remark over here. Round net amount empty. Okay, let us see the query. Okay, so now instead of this 236,865.97, this has done the round by 97 has become 00, and it has increased the rupees integer by 1. This has remain unchanged. This has remain unchanged. This will, as it is the decimal digit is less than 5, so it has removed the decimal figure. Here also it has removed the decimal figure. Here the decimal figure 7 is more than 5 or more, so this has become 95,000. Instead of 199.72, it has become 95,200. Similarly here, as it is less than 5, so it has ignored the decimal and the figure has remained 2,58,399 only. I hope you have got the actual use of round features. Now something similar to round is ceiling functions. So query number 139, ceiling function is something different than round. It returns the integer figure which is greater than or equal to specific number. For example, if I say select, CEIL, ceiling of 1 2 3 4 dot 56. If I give this, it gives me 1 2 3 point dot, as it is more than 5, it is rounded up to 5, increased by 1 digit, that is okay. But even if I'll say select ceiling, one two three four dot 13, still it will give me 1 2 3 5 only. Why it is different than the, why it is different than the round? So let me select the round, fill select round of 1234.56 comma, I don't want decimal, and I'll similarly select round of, let me show you one after another. Round of 234.13 comma 0. Let me first show you the difference between ceiling of these two figures. So here both are okay, 1 2 3 4, as the decimal value is 5 or above, it has removed the decimal and it has given only increase the integer figure by 1. Same ceiling and round is when it is decimal is more than 5 or more, it has increased the integer by 1. But if you see this example in ceiling, even if the decimal part is just 13 only, but still it has given one integer, it gives you a value which is greater than or equal to the specific number. See, 1 2 3 5 is greater than 1 2 3 4, whereas in round it will remove and ignore this value. Something different than this is floor. Now ceiling functions will give you a integer value which is greater than equal to the specified number, whereas floor will give you the integer value which is lesser than or equal to specific number. Now let me copy these two value, and instead of this, let me show you, instead of ceiling, if I give floor, now floor will always give me value which is lesser than the actual inputted value. Here 1 2 3 4 is less than 1234.56. Even if it is 5 or more, it doesn't consider it. It removes the decimal. It will always give me the lesser value. Similarly, if it is floor dot 13, here this will give the same answer. Whereas round will give you, the difference between ceiling and floor is ceiling will give you value which is greater than or equal to specific number, whereas floor will give you which is value having lesser than or equal to specific number. Okay, now let's see one interesting functions called as a random. So query number 141 is random, RAND. This function will give you a completely randomized number between 0 to 1. 0 is inclusive, 1 is exclusive. It gives you some decimal value. It gives you completely round up decimal value from 0 to 1. 0 is inclusive, 1 is exclusive. It will give you 1 to less than 0. So let me show you. Select random. RAND stands for randomize. Okay, let me execute it. Okay, it has given you this number. Next time when I copied, Control C, Control V. Now some new number. If I execute it once more time, it gives me new number. Let us select this both and show you the result. See, both the results are separate. Even if I try it for 10 times, it gives you some different number. Select RND. I'm giving this select. It gives value between 0 and 1. Every time it gives some new number. Now we can use these functions for some sorts of lottery or something like that. So if you want, let's say if you want number, randomized number between 1 to 10 and you want integer number. So I'll say select floor of rand into 10
plus 1. This will give you number. Let me write down. This will give me number between 1 to 10. Let us execute this query. It has given 2. Let me execute it next time. 9. Let me execute one more time. It gives you 5. Okay.
Okay, let's say if you want to generate a randomized number between 1 to 500, we'll say select floor random RAND multiply by 500 plus 1. What this will give you? You will give me randomized number, random number between 1 to 500. Let me execute it. Okay, 52. First time it has given 52. 229. Second time it has given 229. 6. Any number. So try 50 times. Every time it gives some new number. So I hope this could be useful for creating some sorts of lottery or something like that. Okay, fine. Query number 142 is next numeric function, that is power. Power function will return the m raised to n power. For example, if you say select power 2, 3, it is pronounced as 2 raised to power 3. It means that this means that it is 2 into 2, 2 into 2. So it gives you 2 raised to 2, 2 into 2, 4, 4 into 2, 8. It gives you answer as a 8. Fine. The next example can be select power, let's say 3, 4. This is equal to 3 to 3 into 3 to 3. So this is 3 into 3 is 9, 9 into 3 27, 27 into 3 is 81. Gives 81. Similarly, if you say select power of 5, 2, 5 to the power 2, 5 raised to 2 is equal to 25. 5 raised to 3, it will give you 125. Okay, if you give 5 raised to 4, 5 power 4, you give you 625. Fine. Next function is absolute function. So query number 143 is absolute function. Absolute function, we ignore the negative sign and it will give you the absolute value, that is it always gives you the positive number. So if you say select absolute of 10, this will be always 10 because it doesn't have a negative sign. But if you say select absolute of minus 15, this will give you plus 15 answer. Okay, I hope you have got it. Next function is bit tricky. Query number 144 is sign number. If it gives you 3 numbers, if the number is positive, it returns plus 1. If the number if the number is 0, it will give you 0 value, and if the number is negative, it gives minus 1 sign. So if you want to find out whether the number has generated positive result, 0 result, or negative number, this function will be useful. If I say select sign of 155, so this will return 1. SI, not NG, SIGN. Okay, it gives you plus 1. If you say select SIC 0, it returns 0 only. If you say select SI, just say sign minus, this will give you minus 1 value. Okay, fine. Now query number 145. This is a very useful query, very useful functions. IIF. IIF stands for immediate if. This function return one or two value depending upon the results of the equations. The expression or SQL query is written IIF. IIF stands for immediate if. If the expression, now when you check any condition or expressions, either the result of the condition is true or the result of the condition becomes false. So if the result of the condition becomes true, it will give you this part. And if the result of the condition becomes false, it will return this part. So let me show the example. Select IIF if 100 is greater than 0, then I'll say number is positive, else you can say number is negative. So it gives number is positive. Now let me give, if it is, let's say copy, let me copy this query and give you another example. Control V. Let's say if I give minus 500, minus 500, if it is greater than, no, number is negative. Okay, fine. So let us see how this functions works out with real life case. So if I say select star from sales, let us see a condition on quantity. So I want to display answer like if the quantity is odd, I want to display message quantity is odd man, or if the quantity is even, it should display quantity is even number. So I'll select the query like this way: select invoice number, comma invoice date, comma item description, comma quantity, comma. Now I'm giving if IIF if quantity modulus 2, if it is equal to 0, let me first write the query first, then I'll display answer quantity is even number, otherwise I'll display message quantity is odd number from sales. Alright, let us see how this result comes out to be. Okay, invoice number, invoice date, item 2. So 2 is an odd number, so it will display quantity is even number. This 5. 5 it is showing quantity is odd number. 1 is also showing as a odd number. 1 is also showing odd. 2 it is showing as even number. 3 is showing as a odd number. So this is the way how you can check quantity modulus 2. What does it means? The quantity, if it is divided by 2 and if the remainder is 0, then we can consider it is a even number. If the remainder is not 0, the answer comes out to be as a odd number. Now I hope I have expressed you many functions. Now let me tell you one more thing. There are many functions apart from functions which I have shown you over here. Functions like accost, assign, attain, cos, quote, sign, 10, quote, degree, expression, log, log10, radians, pi, and there are many more functions which are there in SQL. But the explaining all these functions is out of the scope of this course. Okay, so friend, we are now on the end sections of our 150 SQL query. Query number 146, create view and selecting data from view. Now, what is view? View is a store query expressions. Although view behaves like a table, it does not store any data. One can apply vertical filtering, that is by limiting selected columns that view returns. We can also apply horizontal filtering, that is by returning only selected rows with some conditions. So let's understand view and create view. Okay, so our first command is use test data. Okay, we are in test data only. there is no issue, but just for our regular case I am just expressing. Now I want to create a view, so I'll apply command create. What I want to create, I want to create view, so I'll say create view. Now let us open square bracket, v underscore, let's say I want to create a view for past students. So this is a view name S. So what I want to do is select roll number. Let me write down S, select roll number, comma, first name, comma, last name, comma, total mark, comma, percentage, comma, status, from mark where status is equal to single quote pass. So let me express you first. I want to create a view name v underscore past students as I want to select following row. So vertical filtering, this will be row, roll number, first name, last name, total, percentage and status. And for horizontal filtering, I'm using condition where status is equal to pass. Let me select this query and execute it. It says command completed successfully, completion time is this thing. So let me expand the test data. I have created a view, so the table doesn't work out. But if I expand the view, and if I don't want to explain, I want to view and right click and I'll say refresh. So now here it has shown me DBO full stop v underscore pass dot students. So this has created one view. Let me see what is there. So like I used to say select star from mark, now I can say select star from v underscore pass underscore student. Okay, let me select this and execute it. It has given me all the data just like what it used to give me from mark table. This is one view. You can also apply horizontal filtering on the view also. So I can also see this was our view. I can say select star from v underscore pass underscore student, where let's say I want to apply some condition on this view, where percentage is greater than 85. Let's assume PER. Okay, where percentage is greater than 45. So instead of 8 rows, now it is giving me only 1 row. Let's reduce percentage to make it to 75. Let us see how many results it is showing you. So now it has given me the 3 results. So this is way how you can create the view. I hope you have got it. Now query number 147 is to alter and delete view. So query number 146 is to alter view and drop view. Now here it is showing me roll number, first name, last name, total mark, percentage and grade. Again, let me select. It has given me roll number, first name, last name, total mark, percentage and status, but grade is not there. So let's say I want to alter the view by adding one grade into that. So I'll say alter view. What view I want to alter? V underscore pass underscore student. This is the view I want to alter. What is the condition? Let me copy the whole condition again. And now after status I want grade also. So I'll say grade also. Okay. Let me select this query. Yes. Let me select the query and execute it. It's a command completed successfully. Fine. Let me show you. Select star from v underscore pass underscore student. Okay, previously it was not showing me the grade. Now the grade part is also included with this view. Now if you want to delete the view,
So command is what? We have done the drop command. So I'll say drop view v underscore pass underscore student. Let me execute this query. Execute. It's a command completed successfully, but still this pass v underscore pass dot student view is there. Right click on database and click on refresh. Expand the test data view, and now this view has been dropped or deleted. Okay, fine. Now we have created the view, we have altered the view and deleted and dropped the view also. So this is what you have learned with the view.
Okay, so now let's learn about inner join, left join, right join, and outer join. Inner join. Inner join keeps everything that is common in both the tables, table A and table B. This is the most common join, and it is also known as a natural join. It keeps only the data which is common in both the table, this intersection part, this blue. Left join, it keeps all the data from left hand side. If there is a table A and this is table B, it keeps all the data from table A and also the intersection parts. Okay. Right join keeps all the data from right hand side table. If the table A and B, it keeps all the data from table B and intersection section part also. And the fourth one is an outer join. It keeps everything from the both the table. Okay. So let's see these in real life example. Okay friends, so now let's see the example of inner join, left join, right join, and full join. But first of all, in order to show me all these tables, I'll need another table. So I'm creating one very small table with the 3 columns only. I'm creating one sales order table. So the query for creating sales table is create table sales order. Order number is integer, not null, and primary key. Order date is date, and party code is where. This is one very small table which I'm creating. I'm selecting the query and I'm clicking executing it. So in the test data, in the tables, now we have right click and refresh it. Table. One sales order table has been created. Now I have to insert some data into sales table. So let me see. Let us insert the data. So I'll write the command insert sales order. Now what are the columns which I have to enter? Order underscore number, comma, order underscore date, comma, and last third code is party code. Now values are, what are the values? Let me open 101. I need to enter the date. Let's say 2023 slash month slash date is 01, and party code is, let us say, single code C0001. Okay, let me execute this query. Okay, VALUES values. These are the values. Let me execute the query. It has given me the error because the spelling of the value was wrong. Okay, fine. Let me copy the query and let us execute this for 3-4 times. Control V. I'll make some more. Control V. Now I'll change the order number 102, 103, 104, 105. Fine. Let us change the date part also. This is on second date. This is on third date. This is on fourth date. This is on fifth date. Now party code is let's say 3003, 002, 3001, 3002. Let us see. I have now entered around 4 records. In total, 1 record earlier. In fact, I have added. So let's see what are the contents of this table. If I say select star from which table? Sales order. Only 3 columns are there: order number, order date, and party code. Now what are these party code? These party code are related with the customer table. So if I say select select star from customer. So let me select both the query and show you the result. This is a sales order on this 1st January 2023. I have received order from C001, that is Mukesh Ambani. C003 is MS Dhoni. C002 is Sachin Tendulkar. C0 again Mukesh Ambani. C0. Likewise, I have received some order from this data. These are the content of two tables. The first is order number, order date, and party code is from sales order. And second table content is party name, party code, party name, address, 1, 2, city, pin code, state, country, and total sales. Fine. Let us see the example of first join, that is inner join. So the first example is example of inner join. What is inner join? Inner join will give what is common to both the table. So the command for inner join is very important. Remember it, select. I have to select two tables. So I can select first table as A and second table as B, or I can say, well, there are two tables, sales order and customer. In order to remember that I want to select from customer, I'll say C dot party code, comma C dot party name, comma C dot city, comma S dot order number, comma S dot order. This is wrong spelling. Order number, S dot order underscore date, comma S dot party code from customer SC, comma sales order SS. Now where C dot party code is equal to S dot party code. Let me show the query. Execute. Sales order is one name, sales underscore order. Okay. Execute it. Okay, so this is the example of inner join, where it has given everything which is common for both the tables. Now let us see the example of left join. Let us see this example. Control V. Select customer dot party code, customer dot party name, customer dot city, sales dot order number, sales dot order date, sales dot order code from customer. Now here I am saying, see here, see the difference between this and this. From customer, left join sales order. Customer is on left side. I want to link it with the sales order on customer dot party code is equal to sales dot party code. Let's see this example. See the result. Now there are two tables. What is left join? It will display all the records which are on the left hand side. Left hand side, the name of the table is customer. So party code C001 has come 2 times, C002 has come 2 times, C033 has come 1 time. There are no record in sales order for Kapil Dev, that is C004, and Vishwanath Anand, but still it has displayed it. Again I am saying still it has displayed it. Though there are no records for from the sales order, it display data on sales order as a null, but it display everything which is on the left hand side of this table. That is, a customer table is on the left side, whereas sales order is on right hand. This is this order number, order date, party code, this is right table. Party code, party name, and city is on left table. So it has displayed all the names, but also other names for which the records are not there in sales order. This is example of left join. Now let me show you the example of right join. Now
Let me copy the full query again, Control C and Control V. Instead of left join, I'll write what? Right join. Let us select this and execute it. So now in the left join, it was displaying the names of C004 and C005 also. But in this example, it is not, because there are no record. It has got all the party for one C001, C002 and C003. Let me enter some party where there is no party records in customer table. So I'm copying this. I'm inserting another record in sales order where there is no party. Let's say order number 1006. I have got it from some another customer which is not there in the C008. This record, let me show you, insert it first in sales order. Okay, and now let us see right join. Before right join, I am showing the content of left join also. In the content of left join, it is not showing me the record 1006. The new 107 record number, order number, it is not showing me. But now with this right join, now let me show you here in the left join, it is not showing me party code 100 C007 number party, C008 number party, it is not showing me. Now in the right join, see, it is showing me this record, but right hand side there are no content from customer table for C008. There is no record for this party in customer table. So in right join, it will display all the data from right hand side, but it will ignore the left side. Whereas in left join, it will display all the data which are there in the left side and ignore the records which are not there for the C008. That C008 record has not come in a left join, it has come in the right join. Okay, fine. And the last part is outer join. Outer join. Okay, full outer join. So let us select this query. Instead of left join or right join, I'll say full outer join. Now this may give you some vague answer. This may give you some vague answer, but be very cautious. Here, all the records from left hand side, that are the party code, party name, city, all the records from left hand side and right hand side, order number, order date and party code. Here for this C004 Kapil Dev in C005, there are no records, so it will display null, 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 null on this left side. Whereas for record 107 for party code C008, there are no party in my customer table, so here it will display null. I hope you have got the example of inner join, left join, right join and full outer join. Okay,
Query number 149, store procedure. Okay friends, so what is store procedure? Store procedure is a name given to a collections of different TSQL commands which are stored within the database. A store procedure is a way to encapsulate all the repetitive tasks. There are certain things which we need to write again and again every time. So there is a way to support declaring variable, condition executions, and certain powerful programming features can be used with the store procedure. Store procedure are given with name and they are executed and called with their name. So let's learn how to create a store procedure. So the command to create a store procedure is create procedure. Okay, create procedure. And what is the name I want to declare? Let's say I will call it as sp underscore name. Okay, as say set no count on semicolon. Let's say if I'll say select star from sales order by party code, and I'll say go. Let me select this, call this segment, and I'll click on execute. It's a command completed successfully. So that means that we are able to create one store procedure. This store procedure is saved. See, as I've told you, under database you can store not only data in tables, you can set index, you can set programming, so views. So this is in programmability. If you expand the store procedure, let me refresh it. It has created DBO full stop SP underscore name. This is the one store procedure name it has created. What is the command, important command in this? Select star from sales order by party code. So every time if I have to write down so long command, I can say select star from sales order by party code. So if I want to do these things again and again, I'll say execute command exec sp underscore name. If I select this command, okay, so once I execute this store procedure, execute sp underscore name, it display invoice number, invoice date, party code. Party name is not showing because we have never saved it into sales table. Let's suppose that every time when we enter data in sales table, we want to save party name over here. So let's create another store procedure. So every time when we enter data into sales table, it should save, by executing that store procedure, it should share party name into the sales table. So let me create one store procedure. I'll say create procedure sp underscore save underscore name as set no count on semicolon update sales set party underscore name is equal to, I'll say select p dot party name from customer SC where sales dot party code is equal to c dot party code. Go. Create PROCEDUR procedure sp underscore. Let me execute it. Okay, command executed. I have not executed the command. Let me first show you select star from sales. So still, if you can see, there are no party names over here. Now let me execute the store procedure. So I'll give the command execute sp save name. Once I execute this store procedure, it's a command completed successfully. Let us see, select star from sales. And now if you can see, all the names are permanently saved over here. So whenever we add new data, just by executing one single store procedure, it will automatically save all the data into party name. Okay, if you have got these results, if you understood these results, let me give you one example. Write down these command in a YouTube comments. See, if you understand, if you recall, select star from customer. Now this is the one small exercise for you. Whenever we make any sales in a sales table, let me show you this, both the query, select star from sales. Whenever we make any sales to any party, let's say to Mukesh Ambani, we have made the net sales of 2,36,685, some figure is there. So I want you to write a store procedure and write down the command in this YouTube comment. So whenever we make any sales to any customer, it should update this total sales table in customer. So whenever we make any sales to any customer, it should automatically calculate and add this figure over here. So I want you to write this query as an exercise. Whatever I have taught you in
up till now 150 query. I want you to write down this store procedure and put it out in this comment. This is the exercise for you. Okay, fine. Let me close this. Now second last query is user defined function. Query number 150 is working with the user defined functions. Now SQL has given many of the functions. We have learned many functions like sum, count, minimum, maximum, average, and we have learned left, right, trim, and many string functions. We have learned many date functions. We have learned many numeric functions, and so on and so forth. Apart from all these functions, whatever we have learned, if you want to do certain things which is not given by SQL, so you can do this by encapsulating all these calculations and programming logic into user defined functions. Let us say I want to create a functions by I want to input some two number and the SQL should give me the sum of it. So now query number 150 is creating user defined functions. Okay, so let's say I'm now creating user defined function and function. Okay, so I'll say create function. What I want to do, I want to add two numbers. Let's say at the rate of first number is int, at the rate of second number is also integer, return as an integer. What you have to return as begin, return at the rate of first number plus at the rate second number. Let us select it and execute it. Okay, it says command completed successfully. Fine. In order to call above function, we'll say select DBO. Now what is okay? But before let me show you the DBO. This function will be saved in test data programmability. If you expand it, store procedure. See, if you expand the store procedure, it shows you that we had created two store procedure, DBO sp underscore name, sp underscore save name. Similarly, if you expand the functions and if you expand the scalar value functions, it should display it, but it's not showing you. Right click on it and click on refresh. Now it's a DBO add number. Now, so these functions, whatever functions we have created, this will be saved over here. Okay. To call these functions, we have to apply SQL query select DBO. DBO stands for database object. Now, what are the function name? Add number. Add number. This is a new function which we have created. Now, let's say we want to try it with 10, 20. So, if I execute this query, it will give me sum of these two number is 30. Let us copy this and let us call this function again with the second sets of parameter. Okay, we'll instead of let's say 100, 50. So now these functions will be saved over in this test data base, and you can call these functions. Likewise, whatever functions which are not available from SQL, you can create and save it. This is the way how you can create a functions, and this is a way to call the function. Okay, fine. Now we'll close it and let's continue with the last query. That's a relating two different database. Okay, fine. So this is the last query for our SQL relating different database and tables. Up till now, we have related data and tables within the one single database only. Now we want to relate database from different database. We want to relate tables from different database. So first of all, I will create
one new database. Let's say I'm creating new database, create, let us, so now role number one is to create new database. So let us say create database test new. Okay, where you want to save it? On. Now name of this table will be test new, test underscore new. Okay, the file name will be, you want to save this data on C:\test folder, and the name of the physical file will testdb underscore new dot mdf, comma, initial file size will be equal to 2 MB, max size will be, let's say, 200 MB, and last parameter is a file growth will be in 1 MB. Okay, similarly log will be saved over here. Log will be saved, name is equal to test new underscore log, file name is equal to, I want to save this file into this folder name test db underscore log ldf. This is the file extension. Size will be 5 MB, max size will be equal to 50 MB, and file growth will be 1 MB. Okay, fine. Let me select this query and we'll click on. Okay, we forgot to give the comma over here. Okay, fine. Let us select it again. Okay, and we'll click on execute. Okay. Okay, it tells us that C:\test db log ldf, it's already existing. So test db new underscore log. Okay, let us select this file again, command again, and we'll click on execute button. Okay, fine. It says, finally it says that command completed successfully. Okay, let us refresh this table. Now test new table as name has come. Okay, so now I want to use this table. I want to create the data table in the test new database. So I'll say use test new. Okay, once I execute it, the test new name will come. Okay, I want to create one small master table over here. So I'll say create table master. I'll say party code varchar 5 not null primary key party name varchar 40 not null, and let us say I just want to have one last field, that is address, varchar 50. Let us close this. And let me execute this query. Okay, so we have created one table inside this database master. Right click on this master and click on edit top 200 rows. Let me give some name, C0001 Mukesh Ambani, let's say Mumbai, Alta Mount Road. Now next is C0002
let's say Sachin Tendulkar Mumbai car C0003 is Kapil Dev, let's say Delhi. C0004, let's say Virat Kohli, let's say Mumbai. Vishwanath Anand, oh, code is sorry C0005, Ishi Anand, this is let's say Chennai. Okay, likewise I have ordered just one table inside this database. We'll close it. I'll say select star from master. Okay, fine. So these are C001 to 5 records are there in test new database. Understand that our database is test new and the table is created under test new. Fine. Now what we want to do? We want to link database from these test data, this sales table. I want to link with this table, but both are in different database. Now when I say select, we are in which database? We are in test new database. So first of all I'll say use test data. Okay, so now I'm in test data. If I say select star from sales, okay, it will display data from sales table. Now even if I'm in test data database and if I want to select and display data from other database, I can say select star from, I want to display data from this master table, but master table, if I'll say right now over here select star from master, it will give me error. It says this object master is not present into test data. There are only customer, mark, sales and sales order. Only these 4 tables are there, but we don't have master table into test data. This table, master table, is in test new folder or test new database. So in order to display, this will not work. This will not work. Why it won't work? Because we are in different database. So if I want to select star from master, but this master table is from different database, so I'll say test new, this is the name of the database, then I'll give 2 full stop and I'll say master. Okay, fine, let me execute it. Okay, so now although I am into test data database, if I want to display table from different database, I'll have to give, this is the name of the database and this is the name of the table. Okay, so to display table from different database, give database full stop table name. This is the name of the database, then 2 full stop and name of the table. Okay, so now last query from this SQL course. I hope you have got it. Now we want to link sales table with the master table from different database. So our query will be select s dot invoice number, s dot invoice date, s dot party code, m dot party name, comma s dot net amount from sales ss
comma, test new, full stop, master sm, where s dot party code is equal to m dot party code. Let me execute this query. Okay, so now this is the way how you can link our two different database. This is the way to link, to relate to different database and tables. Write down this query. S stand for sales and M here I am referring for master. I hope this course was good for you and I hope you have learned something from here. If you want to know something more about other course and other things, please write in the comment how you like this course. Okay, thank you. Thanks for watching. See you in next video.